The final major show ahead of All in London is now in the books. AEW Redemption was last night from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And now the road to All In looks a whole lot more clearer after last night's show as Kenny Omega retained the AEW World Championship in another excellent matchup against Kevin the Jet Knight. But it's everything that happened after the second bell that is what we're going to be talking about today. Will Ospreay steps in front of Omega from an attack from the Death Riders, and he chooses Omega over the Death Riders. He rips the bag. He turns down the control of Jon Moxley and turns against the Death Riders, but he ends the night realizing that Moxley was right all along. As Kenny Omega did not hesitate, he hit the one-wing angel and showed his true colors ahead of Wembley Stadium. So what does that mean for Omega and Ospreay 3 on August 30th? We will talk all about that. We'll also talk about how Will Ospreay and Jon Moxley's tag team winning streak came to an end as they had an epic against the Young Bucks. Kyle Fletcher and Bandido stole the show for the International Championship. Speedball Mike Bailey got arguably his biggest AEW singles win yet as he won a title shot at the International Championship in an absolutely spectacular ladder match. New TBS champion Maya World and a new AEW Women's World Champion and Willow Nightingale. There's so much to discuss from last night's show, and we're here to talk all about it. The road to Wembley Stadium starts now. This is our AEW Redemption review. Let's hit the intro.
Hello, I'm Willow Nightingale, and though I might generally be regarded as a very bubbly, upbeat person, you're watching True Heel Heat.
He said to watch True Heel Heat now! Right now!
Yes, it is I, Holly Cameron, and I'm in your phones, but I'm also making an appearance on True Heel Heat. I've been told it's a fantastic podcast. Why haven't you had me on it then, huh? Where's my invitation? I think you guys need to feel the right. I'm at Comic-Con today, but I think we need to get some, some rap in the show. So let me know.
Hello. It is me, your True Heel Phenom, SP3, and we are live on the True Heel Heat YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, as well as the Dirt Sheet Radio Twitch channel. as well as Dear Sheet Radio Facebook, for our AEW Redemption 2026 review, breaking down last night's show from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, as Kenny Omega retained the AEW World Championship, but he may have shown his true colors in the process. And to break it all down with you today, we got another all-star panel for an AEW pay-per-view review here on the True Heel Heat YouTube channel. First up, we got the MC of the past, present, and future of New Japan Pro Wrestling here on the True Heel Heat YouTube channel. It is your boy, Jay News. How you doing, Jay News?
Doing all right, man. Another long night of AEW pay-per-view action, even with the hour behind that they put the show. So at least it ended before midnight, technically. So there's that.
Yes, it did. It definitely did.
so there that went. But at the end of the day, another solid show, and let's start to break it down.
Indeed. And of course, joining us today, your main man at Post Wrestling, NWA Podcast, Nefarious Network, one and only Dr. Professor Chris Ely. How you doing, Professor Chris?
Man, chilling, just recover. And thanks for reminding me earlier yesterday that there was a pay-per-view. Saw your email early, but I was in the lab kind of writing, so I couldn't respond till late. But I watched the whole pay-per-view from beginning to end.
Indeed. And it wouldn't be a True Heel Heat AEW pay-per-view review without the main man, the founder over at Dirt Sheet Radio, your one and only Jon Escudero. How you doing, John?
I muted myself. There you go. What's up, everybody? I saw the notification come from YouTube, and I was like, wait, fuck, I'm supposed to be on that show.
Here I am. He's like, damn it, I got my times mixed up.
I was out this time. I was like, damn.
But yes, we appreciate y'all for joining us live. Appreciate y'all for watching us on demand. Either way, show your appreciation back. The simplest way possible is by dropping a thumbs up on this video. You could also share this video with all your wrestling fans, friends, and family on all your favorite social media platforms. If you are new to the True Heel Heat YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here. You could sound off in the comments down below. Let us know what you thought about last night's pay-per-view. And of course, if you're with us live, you could sound off in the live chat. We love to interact with all of you, so we'll try to highlight as many of your comments as possible. But of course, if you're feeling generous, you want to give back to what we do here, you want to show your support to the True Heel Heat YouTube channel in the best way possible, you could do so with a super chat donation. Any dollar amount matters. It goes back to the contributors that you see on screen with us here, and we always appreciate the support. We got in the chat with us today, we got a member of the channel, Negro Buck Nick Jackson, who says Willow versus Mercedes and Billy versus Kenny. We eating good. There we go. Couldn't say it better myself. It's looking good for All In as far as the top matches. We got Kaza in the chat, who lets us know. He says, bro, you just got off of ITW, a real work. Back to back. That's what I'm here for. We got Kane, who says, hello, everyone. We also got Matthew Hooks, who says, THH, the best review show with the best reviewer, period. Thank you for that, Matthew. Always appreciate you, good sir. And we got Aubrey, who says, I got to be honest. This pay-per-view was boring. So I said this on In the Weeds, and I'll say it here. I think this is one of the more panned AEW pay-per-views that we've seen in recent memory. And I think that there's no doubt that is probably one of the weaker ones they've had since probably last year's Dynasty event. Last year's Dynasty was the last one that I came out the pay-per-view and being like, okay, that wasn't the greatest thing I've ever seen, which I come out of most AEW pay-per-views feeling like. J News, what's your overall feelings on as far as the reception to Redemption last night?
I mean, I didn't know anything about the reception because, you know me, I stay offline until I have to. Or whatever. So there's that about it. I'm not going to downplay anybody else's thoughts on it. I mean, if people found it boring or they found it one of the weaker AEW pay-per-views of the year, I can understand it. At the end of the day, I had issues with parts of production that I'll mention throughout the show, or things I didn't understand from a pacing and timing standpoint. I know we're going to have to go over a particular backstage segment that I thought was atrocious, but we'll get there when we get there. And a lot of the celebratory portions of post-match stuff didn't make sense to me outside of the main event. So we'll get there when we get there when we talk about the individual matches. But from for all intents and purposes, I thought it was a solid show. But yet again, to your point, SP3, probably one of the weaker shows I've witnessed in a while. But it didn't have to do with the matches per se. It had to do with the overall feel of the show. So yeah.
Chris, what about you?
Yeah, I liked the pay-per-view. I did see the online sentiment. It was probably a little bit more pedestrian than other shows that I've seen from AEW, but as far as just like an overall show, I thought it was fine. I think like I don't know, I kind of compare it to like LeBron James's time as a Laker, where people will say his run as a Laker was a flop. I mean, he did win a ring with them, but it's a flop. Underachieved is more like probably what I would say. But I would definitely I wouldn't thumbs down this pay-per-view. I think it was fine. But it was in a tough position because it was preceding the pay-per-view that needs to be probably one of the greatest pay-per-views they ever do. So
yeah,
it's perspective.
John? Yeah, so I have to keep on muting myself. My kids are singing back there. It's been a long time since there's been an AEW pay-per-view with like 3 fucking shit matches in a row, but it happened. So there was a big old ugly little lull in the middle of the show, but I have been watching wrestling for a long time. I have seen much, much, much worse. I was highly entertained by a decent amount of this show, and I'm not gonna give it a thumbs down. It certainly wasn't the best AEW show ever, but that's what happens when you're fucking batting 100. You're gonna swing and miss a couple of them. It happens, but ultimately, I think it was a successful show as far as like a middle of the road. We're building to All In. You got the angles over. That's what we were talking about on the preview. We were like, they got to get some fucking angles on here, make people care about All In, and they did. So shit. I mean, hell, we called that whole main event.
Hey, if you watched the preview, you already knew what was going to happen at the end of this show. I was telling Jay News that at the before we started. I was like, we know Tony watches. Thank you for watching, Tony. We appreciate your support. We got over here Conrad, who says, good morning, THH fam. Best wrestling review show on any platform. First AEW pay-per-view I have skipped in almost 2 years, actually. Kind of more focused on G1 right now and enjoying the break/change. I mean, that's all fair, and thank you so much for the sentiment. You're the second person to say that today, and we appreciate all that love and praise you guys are giving us. And I can understand if the build made you not want to watch last night's show, but I would say out of the 10 matches on the main card, at least 6 of them were very good to great. So that's like, this was the weakest AEW pay-per-view of the year, but by far much better than every other WWE or TNA pay-per-view I've seen this year.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the thing. If you're going to grade it on like the overall scale of shows of the year, it doesn't come close to the bottom. Like
You're certainly right there.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten that there was a pay-per-view yesterday until I got that message from you, Sid, and I was surprised. I was like, wow, there's a lot, because there was a lot of stuff that pushed storylines forward. And I was not expecting a lot of this. The ending thing I did expect, because I think the show in Wembley, they need to sell tickets for it, so they needed some kind of hook for it. So I think we all predicted what would happen. But yeah, the show was, I don't know, I didn't hate it. I didn't even dislike it. I just I thought it was good. I didn't think it was great. It didn't change the world, but it was fine.
Yeah, it was good. It was just good, but we're so used to great with AEW. I think that's why it's getting this type of kind of reception to it. But we're going to get into last night's show. Keep coming with those comments. Send some super chat donations if you want to send some love that way. But we're going to get into the show. Before we do that, as always, with our pay-per-view reviews, we want to give our one word, one phrase to give our overall thoughts on AEW Redemption 2026. John, what's your one word, one phrase to give your thoughts on Redemption?
It was good.
Chris?
Surprising, yeah.
J News?
It's fine. It's fine. At the end of the day. So, yeah.
I will just say my one word is affirmation. Because in case I had any doubt that I was right that this Will Ospreay Jon Moxley thing wasn't working, the company told me that I was right, that it was not working, and they needed to make a change. Thank you, Tony Khan. I agree.
I think that was a pivot. It felt like it just kind of felt like it got to wherever they wanted it to go.
I'll be honest with you. I love the angle last night, but I do have the question of what was the fucking point?
I think we'll see. I think we still have to see.
No, I think now that it's over, John.
I don't think it's over. I don't think it's over. It can't just end.
Well, the Ospreay listening to Moxley portion and being part of the Death Riders portion is over now. There was no point to it, and all it did was kind of weaken the reaction towards Ospreay and how the fans feel about him. So I think
I could agree that it weakened the reaction, but I don't know if their point was a good one. I just didn't see the point. The point was to establish him as a guy who doesn't want to kill for some reason. He called the Death Riders and get involved at the death part. Like I don't. So
no, they made us realize that fucking Will Ospreay is a fucking idiot who didn't realize he was in the Taliban.
Guys. Yeah. Terrorism. He just doesn't watch the show.
Yeah. He didn't realize the Taliban does bad things. He's like, oh no. But we had the buy-in. It was hosted by Renee Paquette and Mick Foley, along with Jeff Jarrett. We go over to the commentary desk where Excalibur, Nigel McGuinness, and Tony Schiavone were at ringside. And then they run down the card for a little bit. And then we get a celebration of 80 years of the Rougeau family. We get Canada's own Daddy Magic, Matt Menard, who is rocking a sweet Expos jacket. He gets a hometown pop, and he introduced the Rougeau brothers. We get Jock and Raymond Rougeau, who got a strong ovation from the crowd. They shake hands with virtually everyone at ringside. Raymond Rougeau said that this has been an 80-year love story of the Rougeaus and pro wrestling, going over the history of the Rougeau family in wrestling, including the first generation Eddie Arger, second generation John and Jock Rougeau Sr., and the third generation Raymond and Jock Jr. and Armand, and the fourth generation Jean, Jock, and Cedric and Emile Rougeau. He thanks AEW and Tony Khan for giving their family this moment this evening. Jock takes the mic and he gets booed out the freaking building. Yeah, and it has nothing to do with his character or anything. It has more to do with his practices on the independent scene more than anything, it seems. Jock takes the mic and he thanks the haters. He tells them to kiss his ass before starting a Rougeau chant. He thanks the fans in Australia, Japan, and all around the world who booed them like they're haters. He had the crowd turn the lights turn the lights on their phone on as they turn the lights out in the building, and they start an Olay chant. Then we get the Don Callis family music to interrupt all of this, and out rocks RPG Vice's Rocky Romero. He demands everyone shut up and stop celebrating the Rougeaus like they're something special. The only family that matters is the Don Callis family. If Rocky had a roll of quarters before he could finish, Jock slapped the taste out of his mouth, held him up as Raymond wound up and hits a thrust kick to the ribs. Jock and Raymond and Matt Menard. Jock and Matt Menard do a double clothesline on Rocky, taking him out of the ring as Jock, Raymond, and Daddy Magic celebrate in the ring to end this segment. Nice little sentiment to celebrate a historic family in Montreal. This just went a little longer than I think it needed to be to me personally, but it was fine.
Right. It was a little bizarre to me, man. I was watching this. I know Jock's reputation as a booker. I just didn't know it ran that deep that he gets booed in Montreal. And I've met both of the Rougeau brothers before. They were both cool, but I know that a lot of people have badmouthed them. I know Kevin Steen hasn't had the nicest things to say about Jock and the way he treats wrestlers, but it was just that heel reaction really threw me for a loop. So I was like, wow. The segment was, it ran way too long. And also I watched the press that the Rougeaus did, and it's not like they turned on the WWE. I think they still want to get into the WWE Hall of Fame. It's just AEW called them and asked them to do this segment, and they did it. So
yeah. Even though that's gonna screw them over when it comes to WWE. WWE gonna remember that shit. J News, what about you? What did you think?
I thought this was fine. At the end of the day, I popped for the fact that the Montreal crowd booed the Mountie because he's still getting booed 40 years later. So that's well deserved, even without all the his booking practices and how he treats professional wrestlers. Ray Rougeau looks great. He's currently the mayor of one of the towns in Montreal, if I'm not mistaken. So there's that. Yeah, man, I'm always glad to see Daddy Magic on AEW TV because that man needs more minutes, man. He's one of the better promos on that roster. He doesn't get used well enough, and he's also funny. He's like their version of Don West as well. So it's like,
good. That's a great comparison right there.
He can do a lot. But yeah, the segment, I agree with Professor Chris. The segment went on a bit too long, but it's still a good tribute to them at the end of the day. Sometimes I get the sentiment about this particular segment might screw them over with a possible WWE Hall of Fame thing, but sometimes you got to get shit done in a timely manner. They haven't wrestled in decades. And
I'm shocked that they're not in the WWE Hall of Fame.
So at this point, any sort of love or tribute or adulation that they can get while they're still here is a good thing at the end of the day. So shouts to Tony Khan for even putting this on the show.
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, one of the cool things about AEW is that all of pro wrestling history is part of the canon. So you get moments like this. They've done it here. They've done it for other people. When they mentioned that it was going to be the Rougeau family, I think a lot of my friends in Canadian indies were like, they paid for that shit. They asked for it. They requested it. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That doesn't sound very off from the stories I've heard of them. So it is what it is. I think Professor Chris mentioned the Kevin Steen story, and that's the one I always think of. Like when I hear the name, I immediately think of Kevin Steen, his kind of impersonation of Rougeau. But yeah, it was a cool segment. The crowd reacted how my Canadian friends kind of warned me they would, and I was surprised, but also I was like, man, that's pretty funny. I wonder if Tony Khan was even aware of that situation. Like, would he still have done it? But yeah, funny stuff. I love seeing Daddy Magic, but for a moment I was thinking like, man, time is so funny. Because when I was a kid, watching like WWE, there were wrestlers from the Attitude Era who probably had like 2-year-long runs, like Scotty 2 Hottie and Rikishi or something. That were showing up like this. Because my first reaction was, man, we didn't do enough with Daddy Magic. But I'm thinking like, yeah, for a mid-card guy with a gimmick like he had, I think it lasted pretty long, and he's got a job now in commentary. Yeah. I don't know, maybe he's pretty successful. I was like, oh shit. Right,
you got to remember where he came from, where he was a jobber guy in WWE. So
yeah,
they had a pretty good time on TV. They were jobbers in AEW, and they just made themselves made themselves have value. So that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was cool stuff.
And today, it is different in wrestling because when we were kids, like guys that you thought were there for a long ass time were only there for like a few years, like Ultimate Warrior and Sergeant Slaughter and people like that. And then
Austin,
it wasn't super long. But these guys now are like, Kofi was there for almost 20 years, and Zay was there for like 15. They're there for way longer. Edge was there for what like 15, 20 is a long ass time.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true. So the pre-show this month only had one matchup on it. This one was for the AEW World Trios Championships. The Conglomeration, represented by Orange Cassidy, Roderick Strong, whose birthday was yesterday, as well as Kyle O'Reilly, versus the Lethal Twist, Jay Lethal, Blake Christian, and Lee Johnson. You get Strong, who starts off very hot. He starts coming out with some big chops until eventually Lethal Twists are able to isolate him. You get Lethal, who goes up top for a top rope elbow drop, but Strong trips him up. He was met with a wild corkscrew tope. Then we get O'Reilly off the apron with a flying knee. We get Johnson over the top rope with a dive to the outside, and Lethal blocked the stun dog, but Cassidy connected with the satellite DDT. Cassidy goes for the orange punch, but he flew right into the Lethal combination. We get Johnson, who ran distraction with the trios titles, so Cassidy gets hit Lethal with the stun dog. Blake Christian missed a belt shot of his own, and Lethal connected with the lethal injection, got a 2 count. Eventually, we get O'Reilly, who had Johnson in a ankle lock. Meanwhile, we get Orange Cassidy we get Strong and O'Reilly, who hit the high-low on Lethal, and then Strong hits him with the end of Heartache. And after that, he puts Orange Cassidy on top of Lethal for the 1-2-3 to pick up the victory as the Conglomeration retain the AEW World Trios Championships. During this matchup, at ringside on commentary was Ricochet, who was along with the Gates of Agony, talking about getting their shot at the AEW World Trios Championships. And then later on, during the main card of the show, we get an interview with the Demand, where Ricochet says that he talked to Tony Khan, and he has worked out that they will get their shot at the World Trios Championships this Wednesday on Dynamite. So it is official. Our first matchup announced for this Wednesday, the post-redemption episode of Dynamite. It will be the Demand challenging the Conglomeration for the AEW World Trios Championships. As far as the matchup, it was good. I give it 3 stars. John, what did you think? Conglomeration and Lethal Twist.
Yeah, it was a pretty good match. I would go 3 stars too. Lethal Twist is always interesting because Jay Lethal, I've watched him dominate for so long. So like seeing the lethal injection not get a win, I was like, oh, I remember when you were protected. Nobody kicked out the lethal injection.
It was only 10 years ago.
I know, right? I'm old. Anyway, yeah, it was a fine match, pre-show match. One match on the pre-show, interesting. Tony's funny as fuck. He said, we're moving the show an hour early. All he did was put all the pre-show matches on the main card. Psyop.
He's so funny. Such a funny guy. Chris, what did you think about this match on the pre-show?
Oh, I thought it was fine. I'm glad there was only one match on the pre-show. That's one of the things that kind of sometimes annoys me with AEW is just there's from an analyst's point of view. You know, it's like there's so much shit you got to keep up with. And it was just like that one match, and I was able to kind of lollygag around. And that match was a good match. And I've been like Lee Johnson. I always like seeing him, and Blake Christian. You know, guys I don't really regularly see on television. I don't know if it's because they're not featured. It's just I'm not watching the shows I need to watch to see them on. But it was great seeing them. So yeah, good show.
J News.
Yeah, I thought it was a solid match, man. At the end of the day, the Conglomeration always brings good, fun action when they're in the ring. I'm a big fan of what they've been able to do with the Lethal Twist as a trio. Not saying that Blake Christian is a bad promo, because I think he's better than most people give him credit for. But Lee still needs work, and Jay Lethal's Jay Lethal at the end of the day, so he carries that as the mouthpiece of the group. But he's still able to do good in-ring work, and Blake and Lee do all the fancy spancy shit that you need them to do, man, at a pace that you can't clock sometimes. And I got to give those dudes credit. So they haven't been featured, but they do get a lot of work on Collision. And they do get spot duty on Dynamite and stuff like that. But a lot of their work is on ROH. So for all intents and purposes, I see them all the time. But them getting main roster, quote unquote, time in the last month or so has been pretty good for them. So hopefully they continue to get that time, and they get featured more in the future and stuff like that. Because Lee's the youngest out of the three of them, because Blake's been around for a while, and obviously we know about Jay. So we'll see if Lee ends up being any if he gets to climb that ladder in the AEW world. But hopefully they'll keep them together as a team for a bit and have them do something of note.
You know, you mentioned Lee Johnson. Man, I remember when he first got there. He fucking
same here.
He was not good when he first started.
But he's grown a lot. Like he's really good. And I think that I don't know, man, they've paid him for 5 fucking years. You know, I think they see some kind of value in him. I think that even though it's taking a long time, I think that he's going to have a good future if he just sticks to it, you know. It's pretty cool seeing guys like that. I really miss Dark, but I should just watch Ring of Honor more often, I guess.
Then we get the main card, and it kicks off hot as we get the AEW International Championship #1 contender 6-way ladder match. We get the entrances during the 0 hour or buy-in as Mortos is back for the first time in months. Speedball Mike Bailey, of course, is in his hometown, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He gets a big reaction from the fans. There's a contract that is hanging above the ring. The winner has to grab it. All hell breaks loose right from the opening bell. We get everyone with fast-paced interactions. We get Clon, who actually hits a GTS on Perry, which was funny after Perry says that a title opportunity can just fall from the sky. A lot of CM Punk references with Jack this weekend. He responds, though, with an insecurity. Only Clon slowly kipped up into one of his own. Mortos comes in with the ladder and he mows down everyone, spiking Clon with a rough-looking pop-up Samoan drop. We get the fight moving to the top of the stage where you get Perry. He flew in. He hits a big move. Then we get Speedball, who climbs the ladder and hits a beautiful, massive moonsault off the tippy top of the ladder. Then we get Perry, who missed out on the pile, and he follows up with a moonsault of his own. He then takes the ladder and he brings it down to the ring. We get Perry going at it with Nick Wayne for a while. Nick Wayne flies in. He hits a Wayne's World on Mike Bailey on the apron. You get Commander. He's seen on the top rope. He does a rope walk, and then he drop kicks Mortos as he's climbing the ladder. We get a tornillo by Mortos onto a pile of Clone and Bailey on the outside. We get a ladder bridge is set up as Clone fights it out with Commander, and he hits a crazy looking leg trap made in Japan off the ladder to the mat. Great move there. We get Wayne, who flies in and he hits a crucifix driver. He positions Clone on a table at ringside. He climbs a big ladder and he hits a picture perfect Phoenix splash off the ladder through the table. We get then on the outside a whole bunch of big ladder spots as everyone's hitting big moves. Clone hits a double stomp through one table. Then we get Commander with probably one of the best spots of the whole entire show, where he does his rope walk dive to the outside, but this time Nick Wayne is laying on top of a table, so he hits him with the big dive and hits the twisting splash when he makes the jump and puts Wayne through the table perfectly. That is one to go out of your way to watch for sure. We get another point in the matchup. Wayne and Perry were fighting it out, slugging it out on the top rope. We have the ladder bridge set up by the ladder. It leads to Perry hitting a crazy Canadian destroyer off the top of the ladder onto the ladder bridge. Bailey and Mortos remain. You get Bailey, who starts hitting multiple wheel kicks. He placed Mortos on a ladder bridge in the corner and hits a perfect looking Ultimo weapon on top of Mortos on top of the ladder bridge. Bailey then sets up the ladder in the middle of the ring. He climbs it. He grabs the contract and he becomes the new #1 contender for the AEW International Championship. Awesome matchup. This was fire. This was nonstop action, high octane, some big risks. And it's very rare nowadays that you see a ladder match that has new shit in it. This one had new shit in it. There was so many innovative and creative spots throughout it. A hell of a way to open the show. And hats off to everyone involved, because this is a group of guys that are not usually featured in a major way on a pay-per-view. And they came in and they worked their asses off. They worked like they had a chip on their shoulder and they were trying to earn more opportunities to be on pay-per-view. And I think all these guys should have earned that with their effort here. 4.5 stars from me. Chris, what did you think about the 6-way ladder match?
Yeah, I thought it was a great opening match to the main card. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought the moves in it were very good. Like seeing Speedball come out on top. And yeah, it was a fine match. And I think it was good for the Montreal crowd too.
Absolutely. J-News?
Yeah, man, it was a freaking spot fest, which is what I was expecting from everybody involved in this. We predict, or at least I predicted that Mike Bailey was going to win this particular match, be it based that it was in Montreal and everything else in between. I've been liking the feud, if you want to call it that, or tension that they've been building between Nick Wayne and Jack Perry. I think that can be something that's tangible and good for them going into the future, being that they've never necessarily given Jack anything to sink his teeth into. And the same thing with outside of like the Christian Cage stuff, right? The father figure crap for Nick Wayne and Jungle Boy both. But for them as individual guys away from their respective tag team partners and whatever factions they were involved in, I think that would be a good thing for them individually. We saw more of that in this match here. Good to see the Beast Mortos and Clone do their thing and apply their trade back, even though it's in Canada and not stateside, but, back on AEW TV. And, yeah, man, Commander just amazes every time he's out there, man. And I'm always screaming for Commander minutes because it's like he's not going to give you a bad match. So he's always going to do some crazy stuff, and he's just good for it, man. So I really, really like the match just for the spot fest of it all. And, I understand people's critiques about there not being a sense of urgency about going after the contract and things of that nature. But it's like, what are you going to do sometimes? It's an opening match and, they're there to set up things half the damn time. So not everything is going to make complete logical sense, which is why you don't give it maybe 5 stars or, whatever you want to grade it. But I just thought it was still fun and it worked for what it was. And now we have the match set up between Mike Bailey, cashed in his contract basically, and he'll be facing Kyle Fletcher at Grand Slam Mexico. So that's what came out of this. So,
John?
I had fun. I had fun with the ladder match, especially towards the later half. In the beginning, I was like, "This fucking sucks. What the fuck?" They were kind of. There was a spot where Jack Perry just put like he just sets a ladder up for no reason at all. Like everyone just climbed up and they all just got pushed back down by Beast Mortos, and I was like, fuck this, this is fucking stupid. But they started doing more impressive things, and it became it was a spot fest, but sometimes I'm in the mood for a spot fest. It was fun. It was very fun. It was a lot of spots. There was a funny ass moment at the end where Mike Bailey was climbing up to do something, and the people thought he was gonna grab the contract. It was fucking wild, and then he didn't grab the contract. And the crowd was like, "What the fuck?" You know? So probably keep some of that in mind if you're a wrestler planning or putting a match together. Don't set that ladder up so close to the contract and you're planning on grabbing that shit. There's also a cool little moment there at the bottom, at the end of the match, where Mike Bailey is going to win, and Nick Wayne is going to stop him. But Bandido is like, fuck it, I'm not going to win. So he just grabs Nick Wayne and stops him from stopping Bandido. I mean, not Bandido, Commander.
Yeah.
Commander just stops him from stopping Mike Bailey. So I thought that was an interesting little story thing, because Commander was cool as fuck in the beginning. He was like giving high fives and doing Jack Perry's fucking thing with him or whatever. So that's cool. Is he conglomerate? He should be in the conglomeration. He has great conglomeration energy.
he can easily conglomerate. I could see that. So yeah, you had the ladder match, kick things off, and then you followed that up with this tag team matchup. The Young Bucks, Matt and Nick Jackson, going up against the Death Riders, Jon Moxley and Will Ospreay, with Marina Shafir in their corner. We get a lightning fast opening sequence with Ospreay and Nick Wayne doing lucha libre spots and drop kicks. We get a pop-up Hurricane Rana by the Bucks, who hit a slingshot Insiguri. Double stomp on Ospreay, gets a 2. We get Nick and Ospreay, which really changed the whole trajectory of the matchup. They knock and clonk heads together on a float over in the corner spot, and they seem to be really staggered. You got Nick, who goes down. Ospreay is freaking woozy afterwards. Matt tried to take over for his brother, tending to him outside, as Ospreay met them with a slingshot dive and told referee Rick Knox to check on Nick. We get Moxley, who ordered Ospreay to go back in and go after Matt. Cheap shot by Moxley as Ospreay tried a wall walk, but Matt was able to hit a DDT. We get a baseball drop kick, a slingshot dive by Matt onto Moxley, as Shafir swept the leg on the apron as she drove Matt into the steel steps, as Ospreay had the referee distracted. The Death Riders then isolate Matt. Matt tried desperately to leap for the hot tag, but Moxley pulled the legs out from Nick just in time, and then he plants Nick with a freaking power driver on the floor. That is not going to help the head injury, that's for sure. He then, we get Ospreay, who is pip cheerio, and then a sit-out Liger bomb on Matt, and he gets a near fall. He then goes right to the arm for death ground, but Matt rolls in. Powered up, Matt caught Moxley on the apron with the shot and fought both of them off. You get Nick, who really looked dazed and didn't reach much, as Matt laid out Ospreay with the Cazadora facebuster into the double down. As Nick demanded a tag, it was Matt who was hesitant, as he didn't know if he wanted to bring his little brother in, but Nick tagged himself in instead. We get a flying corner splash on Moxley, a Cazadora stunner on Ospreay. We get a quick tag back into Matt when he starts feeling woozy again, as Matt and Nick hit the bops drop on Ospreay, gets a 2. They signal for the Meltzer driver, but Matt flipped right into a waiting Ospreay, as we get a stereo freaking Styles Clash power driver combo by the Death Riders at one point, showing off their cohesion with one another. That gets them a near fall. We get the locomotion attacks in the corner. That leads into a Moxley stunner. Then we get Ospreay, who it's a sky twisting tornillo on Matt on the outside. We get Nick, who fired off a super sick on Moxley. Then Moxley turns him inside out with a lariat. Nick tried to clear the cobwebs and fought off a bulldog choke as Ospreay flew in with Pip Pip Cheerio, and he knocked Moxley instead for some friendly fire. We get an insane sequence where Ospreay tries for the double Os cutter. They flip him out. We get friendly fire by the Bucks, float over by Nick, tried a power bomb, but Nick countered that into a face buster. The Bucks tried for more bang for your buck, but Ospreay crotched Nick as Moxley had Matt in a sleeper. Nick kicked free. He hits a 450 splash on Moxley. Ospreay flies in and hits a springboard 450 on Nick. Then Matt flies in and hits a destroyer on Ospreay, and everyone's down. Then we get Moxley, who ate the BTE trigger. He then Nick launched face first into the corner as Ospreay waffled Matt with a hidden blade for the full reset. We get a very groggy-eyed Nick who tags in, and he collapsed right at Ospreay. Rick Knox just lets the match continue, never even checks on the damn guy. Nick then opted to start a strike exchange, which Ospreay got the better of with a discus forearm, and then he just starts knocking the shit out of Nick with some super kick after super kick after super kick. Ospreay shoves Knox out of the way, and he does the similar. He was about to do the ground and pound strikes that he did to Adam Brooks a few weeks ago. He throws the violent forearms. He hesitates a little bit, which allows Matt to protect his brother. Then Moxley tags in. He throws out Matt. He then hits a curb stomp on Nick, who kicks out. Then he applies the bulldog choke. He starts firing off the forearms that Moxley and the Death Riders were teaching him. All the while, you have Ospreay, who's looking on at all of this as Marina Shafir is telling him, see, this is how you do it. That's how you do it. Matt makes the save for Nick. He was pulled outside by Ospreay, who threw a super kick, which Shafir took flush right on the chin instead of Ospreay. Nick then nearly rolled up Moxley for a near fall. Moxley popped up and spiked Nick with 2 paradigm shifts and a Death Rider. He then grabs a steel chair from the outside and he goes to use it, but Ospreay comes back in. He grabs the steel chair, and we get then we get Matt, who comes back in, and he hits a super kick on Ospreay with the steel chair, blasting him in the face. This leaves Moxley alone with both of the Bucks. The Bucks hit the BTE trigger on Moxley, who takes it. He falls back, but then he gets back up and he flips them off defiantly, showing his fighting spirit. Then the Bucks just say, fuck all of this. We are going to spam the super kick. We get a dozen of the super kick party. And finally, after one last shot, it is Nick Jackson who gets the cover on Moxley. 1, 2, 3. The Young Bucks beat the Death Riders and gain even more momentum on their quest back to the AEW World Tag Team Championships. What a freaking matchup. The action was absolutely brilliant throughout, but the story of this matchup was simply fantastic. Just a fantastic story that they tell. They actually convinced you that there was an issue, like they really clunked heads, and maybe that Nick was actually injured in the early going. And then the work and the selling throughout was absolutely immaculate from all 4 men involved. I think the only nitpick that I can kind of point out is that I wish that they would have had the doctor check on Nick in the early going when he first gets the head injury. I think that would have took the story over the top even more and make this a perfect matchup, but it's as close to perfect as it's going to get. I gave it 4 3/4 stars. John, what did you think about the Bucks and the Death Riders?
Yeah, that was awesome. The Young Bucks, when they go and they have these real story heavy tag matches, they fucking make magic. I thought it was, as soon as Nick was selling the head, I was like, oh, hell yeah, it's Nick this time. It's not Matt in the back. Yeah, hell yeah. So that was funny that the doctors and the referees just left him to die. It's like, fucking evil here. Holy shit. The story they told, the way that it tied into the end of the show, this was pretty masterclass in booking, storytelling. I fucking, this is why I can't be like, oh man, this show sucked. Like, Did you fucking see the way they tied this shit together, bro? Like, that is fucking top tier. Like, that's so good. Because the match was high quality too. Like it had a great story, but it was also a high quality match, and it led to a damn good angle at the end of the show. So fucking besides the evil referees and the evil doctors, you know, everybody did everything they had to do. I had seen some complaints about Jon Moxley kind of powering out of the BTE at the end, like, oh, he's a babyface. I don't know I wasn't thinking about it in terms of babyface or heel. I'm just thinking of Jon Moxley, the motherfucking face of the company, the motherfucking world champion, the motherfucking guy who's been champion 5 times, who could beat CM Punk in 3 minutes. Like, of course, he has that kind of energy inside of him, you know? So I thought that was a great moment. They had to kill Jon Moxley to put him down. He is a top of the card. He is a main eventer, so that was good. And the Bucks needed this win going into Wembley, going into their tag title match, which logically they should have just had it. Like, they should have had that match, but for some reason Edge and Christian are defending against other people who aren't number 1 contenders, but that's fine. It's whatever, I guess. Yeah. They got their win. They're going into Wembley. So we'll see how that goes. I actually don't. I'm still waiting for like the FTR for to drop on that. But we'll talk about that later.
I feel like everybody's like saying like this is not going to be the match, is it? J News, what did you think about Bucks versus Death Riders?
I mentioned it during the preview. I thought a lot of this match was going to hinge on Mox and not necessarily having to do with the action of it. When they did start. They, as in the Young Bucks, when Will and Nick collided heads, I said to myself, this is interesting. I hope nothing bad really happens. So they brought me in with the story of Nick being dizzy, and then Mox did exactly what I thought he should be doing, getting after Will, being in his face, pointing this, making sure Will was fully indoctrinated, but Will was still vacillating during the match. That was another part of the story as well. And Mox brought the physicality, which he always brings, but he was able to mesh very well with what the Young Bucks regularly do, which is the only thing that I was really worried about and whatnot. So I thought that this match, from a storytelling perspective, was great. To be quite honest, the action was great, and where it led to for the rest of the show afterwards was also a good binding piece as well. So there's that of it. The Will Ospreay isn't the only conflicted character on AEW TV currently, folks. So that's something to pay attention to as well. Listen, man, a lot of the time I don't give the Bucks the credit they deserve, man, but I understand now more than ever in 2026 why people consider the Young Bucks one of the greatest tag teams of all time. Because when they want to do the old school wrestling stuff, they do it better than most new school wrestling tag teams. And when they want to do, their flashy, high fly shit, they do it better than anybody else too. So shouts to the Bucks, shouts to Will, and Mox is still doing the Lord's work in AEW, man. He's their backbone at the end of the day, whether people like it or not. And this match proved that as well. So props to them, man. Great, fantastic match. And we still have more great matches to talk about.
Chris?
Yeah, I thought it was a fine match. I thought the Bucks are, I think you can't go wrong with them playing their greatest hits. And they did a lot of that in this match. I like the storyline progression. I liked Mox in this match. I thought Mox was I liked Mox throughout the night on this show. I thought he was really good at playing that role and advancing this match and the main event, for next month's show. So this was I was very pleased with the match.
We got a super chat donation from Rob Hearing, who says, I think he was really injured and they fucked up. Thank you so much for the super chat donation, Rob. Yeah, they did a great job of convincing you that they actually clunked heads. The way that the performers pulled that all, it got you kind of into the story of the matchup. And I knew what they were going for immediately. I was like, it's going to lead to Ospreay not wanting to pull the trigger and Moxley getting pissed off with him for that. And That's exactly what we got. And then it informed the rest of the show. So good stuff from everybody involved for sure. Thank you so much for the super chat donation, Rob. But you go from a crazy ladder match. You go from this matchup. Well, we should mention after Mox and Ospreay lost to the Death Riders, we did get an interview with Ospreay later on in the show. Renee Paquette catches up with Will, but he is confronted by Jon Moxley. Moxley calls out Ospreay for not pulling the trigger. He says that Mike says that it's a tough way to make a living. He says that, yes, Nick Jackson has head trauma or a head injury. Well, welcome to pro wrestling. He says it's not about tonight. They'll win the next one, but it's about Wembley. Ospreay has one chance to ride that wave. Open your eyes. After everything you've been through, look around. There's no friends at the top. Moxley doesn't want to be there when Ospreay learns this lesson the hard way. So if Ospreay won't pull the trigger, Moxley will. Moxley storms out, and Paquette is left patting Will on the shoulder. She's like, I know what my husband's going to do. He's going to kill somebody. Sorry,
Yeah,
Will.
she's so good.
It's really good. It's really good. This played out very well with what we would see throughout the show there. Any thoughts on this backstage segment, J News?
Like Professor Chris said, Mox was basically a storytelling linchpin throughout the night. So this worked very well for what was going on with the main event post, and then the Death Riders were still looming throughout the night because they had another tag team match going on throughout the night as well. They also got involved during the freaking chain match as well. So the Death Riders were all over the place during the night. So yeah, man, I think making Mox such a pivotal piece to the grander story of what AEW is doing towards All In. It's not a bad thing per se, even though he's not involved in a match. It's just whether it's working or not. And I feel, this is my personal opinion, I feel it is working at the end of the day. So I think going into All In, everything is good so far, and we have a lot of other matches to set up. So I think for the show itself in a vacuum, I think what Mox was doing voted very well for the outcome of Redemption.
Anybody else have thoughts on this backstage segment?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'm missing from this is from the Moxley Ospreay storyline now to tie it together perfectly is why Mox is doing this. Like, I want to know his real intentions. Like, you're giving Will Ospreay this killer instinct. You want him to win the world title. But what is it that you want from this? Like, is it that he doesn't want someone else to have the title? Is it that he wanted to have the world title in the Death Riders again? Like, is he? There's got to be some nefarious, selfish thing that Mox, like, reason. Like, why did you want Ospreay in the first? What was your reasoning? Just that you saw him being not as good as he is, and you wanted to make him better? It's not enough. He's a villain. He's a terrorist. I need to know what was your intention here, you evil person.
And this is why I don't really care what Moxley's reason is,
You
because Moxley
on TV for that. Like,
but Moxley's told us his reasoning 100 different times in 100 different ways. It's Ospreay. Ospreay is the one we need the reasoning from. What would make no? Ospreay every single time. Ospreay every single
clear to me.
Every single time Ospreay gets asked why you joined the Death Riders, he either says one of two things. He says, I need to rebuild my neck, or I need to work on my ground game. That's not fucking good enough. Fuck you. That's not good enough to join the Taliban, nigga. The fuck? Oh, I need to rebuild my neck. You had Samoa Joe axing the train with you to rebuild your neck. You had Kenny Omega's number. You could have called that nigga to rebuild your neck.
This story's not over. This story's not over. Stop being impatient. This story's not over. Stop being impatient. Let's ride that wave. Now. Ride that wave.
Like,
yeah. One thing I liked about this backstage segment is Moxley's been doing this since he was in WWE. He's got this way of telling you everything that's going to happen before it's going to happen, and you're still kind of surprised when it happens. Like I remember when it was Rollins versus Roman, and Rollins was, they were both talking about how they were going to beat up each other, and Ambrose just comes out and says, well, what if I cash in and, you know, after this match and take the belt from both of you and stuff like that. And then that's actually what he did. And in this show, he's kind of saying what's going to happen, and you're still a little surprised at it. And I always like when shows kind of do this kind of foreshadowing, because if you're old like me and you remember the 96 bash at the beach, Hall and Nash throughout that show were pretty much telling you exactly what was going to happen without telling you. So I love that segment. I really thought it was a great backstage segment.
Okay, so what I see is that you misunderstood me. My point is that Moxley's a fucking liar. He's a bad person. These are bad people. I don't believe him. I don't believe any of the things he's been saying this entire year. That's why, I mean, like, it's not villainous enough. It's too nebulous now. I need you to lean into being bad. I need him to be a liar. I need him to have his own selfish intention. Just because you get more impact out of his involvement in this after, I guess Ospreay's going to defend the title against Moxley. I assume that's what this all is. So I would prefer that it's different than I genuinely wanted to be your dad.
Can I play little man for a second? Because I do understand what Sid is saying, because yeah, it's you know, Moxley's telling you who he was. I understand Ospreay too, because you want, you know, your opponent to be the best version of themselves. If you're Ospreay, from his point of view, you want him to be the best version of yourself. Is Moxley a liar though? Is he a liar, or is he like telling
he
people?
He didn't lie. That's what
yeah,
I'm like
people.
I would like for him to be a liar. I would very much like for him to lie.
I got that part. I got where you were going, where you landed. But I still am on the Ospreay explanation is more important to the story that they're telling more than Moxley's reasoning, because Moxley has been proven right time and time again. I do agree that they should give him more selfish reasonings to make sure that he is viewed as the heel, but I don't think that is their intention at all. I think they're trying to continue to present a Moxley as this benevolent figure who's no longer heel or babyface. He's something else.
You're taking it too far.
I agree. But this is what I said to you from the beginning, John.
It's not.
It was always like this.
I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe that, because if you're pushing the idea that he's been lying all along, then all the things that happened were for his whatever this selfish fucking goal is. You know, that's why it's like it's not over.
I think Moxley's truth is evil. I think you can be a truth teller and also be evil, and I think that's what Moxley is. And from my vantage point with this storyline, I just think like Lex Luthor says a lot of true things, but he's also evil, you know?
Yeah. And like Dion, you saying I understand Ospreay's motives. You're assuming you understand Ospreay's motives, because Ospreay, the rebuild my neck and work on my ground game is so obvious bullshit answers, because every time he gets asked, why are you with the Death Riders, he always turns it back on him. That's why when Omega questioned him after Double or Nothing, he was like, you've given up on yourself. He basically comes back with vitriol and negativity. When Swerve said that, he's like, well, you haven't been in the world title picture for all this time. Like, he comes out, it's not the truth. That's the person that's lying the most in this whole story. It's been Will Ospreay. That's why his reasoning, his motive to everything is more important to the story they're trying to accomplish, especially considering he's the one that's winning the title.
I just think Moxley's too right. Like
No, I agree. No, I agree. That's what I said.
Right.
We have found our common ground when it comes to this. That Moxley is way too right most of the time when he is definitely the heel in this story.
I just wanted to say something because I was reading the comments. Shout out to I think it was Jordan from Canada. He mentioned my favorite movie of all time, Point Break. In this instance, Jon Moxley is Patrick Swayze's character Bodhi.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
If people don't or haven't ever seen that movie, go watch it. Because it is exactly what's going on here.
Right,
And for all intents and purposes, to break down the characters, Will Ospreay is fucking Johnny Utah. So for those who don't know, Johnny Utah was an undercover freaking cop, and he went and he infiltrated. So my thinking here is, or at least what's obvious, is that Will's playing that whole keep your enemies closer type game, but he got too close to the sun when they handed him that bag. When we'll talk about that, when they handed him that bag, he got too close to the sun. And that's why I'm liking the story, right? Because it's nebulous to John's point, yes, but it's intentionally nebulous because we still haven't gotten to the end of the story yet, right? And I can understand the frustration of stuff or whatever, or it might be going on too long. I get all that. I accept that for most folks' point of view. But I think that there's still the point that Sid is making about what's Will's motivation, was Mox's true motivation. Still haven't gotten there yet. When we get there, will it be satisfying? I don't know, but we still haven't gotten there yet, and that's my point. So,
I'm just glad we got a resolution last night, because I was fearing we were gonna go through the entire build with him as a Death Riders member. Which
I thought last night was real good. I thought it was a great moment. Like that's why I haven't given, I'm never gonna, they haven't fucked it up for me yet. Like, this story is still fine. Like, I'm looking at the possibilities. Like, we had a world of possibilities when it started, and now they narrow down and down and down, and now we're getting closer to all, and then the possibilities are like, I'm looking at what we're gonna do from here. But as far as the story itself, hey, I've been enjoying this ride, and last night was another one of those I don't know, what do you call the part of the roller coaster where it's fun?
the peak. Yes, the peak. There we go.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, the peak should be all in. But third match on the card, AEW International Championship. Bandido challenges the champion Kyle Fletcher. Each tried their home run shots right from the early going, and both had it scouted. We get counters in the early going. We get Bandido, who got a close near fall about a minute into the matchup. Fletcher took a powder, but back inside you get Bandido, who it's an awkward looking stun gun, and then a tilt-a-whirl head scissors that sends Fletcher packing. It was all Fletcher from here on out. We get a big-time power slam, and Fletcher play into the crowd. He gave a shrug to the crowd before planting Bandido with a power bomb on the edge of the ring frame that got loud boos from the fans. We get the crowd chanting Fletcher in French, and he says he literally has no idea what they're saying. He locks on a Phil Nelson back inside, but Bandido is able to get the rope break. He tries to start a forearm battle, but he gets his head knocked off with a big forearm by Fletcher, who gets a near fall. We get Bandido, who battles back. He fights off a brainbuster attempt into a stalling vertical suplex. We get a corner punches dished out as we get a Superman punch from Bandido as he then hits a one-arm gorilla press slam that looked very impressive. We get a frog splash. He connects, and he gets a near fall. Bandido goes back up top. Fletcher cuts him off. He goes for the brainbuster on the top turnbuckle, but Bandido is able to fight out of that. He goes for another press slam on the apron, but Fletcher's able to reverse, and he hits a gnarly looking brainbuster on the apron, which looked brutal. We get Bandido at one point when they're fighting on the apron again. He hits a powerbomb onto the floor. He then follows up with a crazy, insane Cavanario style frog splash off the top rope to the floor. Holy shit. I thought his face came off, and I thought he broke both of his knees.
Ban these, bro.
Oh my God, that was gnarly. Back inside, you get Bandido, who connects on a shooting star press, but Fletcher gets his shoulder up. He goes for the 21 plex, but Fletcher holds on. He reverses that. He tries for the half and half, but Bandido lands on his feet. Both exchange thrust kicks. Bandido avoids the lawn dart and hits a twisting DDT. Fletcher screams at Bandido to bring it. He looks for the X knee, but Fletcher blocks it and hits the home run forearm. He mocks Kanosuke Takeshita. He lowers his knee pad and goes for the Wagamama, but Bandido hits the pop-up flatliner. He launched this dude in the air and hits that. Up top, he hits the Revolution Fly. He only gets a near fall as Fletcher gets his hand on the rope. Bandido hits the X knee. He hits the 21 plex. 1, 2. Fletcher kicks out. Earlier in the matchup, he hits a Snapdragon 21 plex. He gets a near fall off of that. Fletcher battles back against Bandido. He hits him with the lariat. He then hits the power drive knee, sheer drop brainbuster, but somehow, some way, Bandido kicks out at 2. We go to the top rope. Fletcher goes for the avalanche brainbuster. Fletcher caught Bandido with an avalanche Michinoku driver instead, but Bandido kicks out. Fletcher hits the lawn dart in the corner, hits the flying corner kick, another Aluva kick. Then he goes up top. He hits him with the avalanche brainbuster on top of the top turnbuckle. Completely misses that shit, but instead of going for it again, he just says, fuck it. He pins him. 1, 2, 3. Kyle Fletcher picks up the victory here in an absolutely sensational encounter here. Two of the best wrestlers in the world today, proving that much. No one is on a ripper or a streak like Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher has come back from injury and he has not missed a beat, and he is proving time in, time out against Takeshita, against Commander, and then against Bandido that he is one of the best bumpers in the business, one of the best heel workers in the ring in the business today, one of the best sellers in the business today. This man is a complete package in every single way, and Bandido is one of the best luchadors in the business today. How he mixes his high flying with his power and athleticism and just makes for these great dramatic moments when he pulls out something athletic or agility wise that just shocks you, like the Revolution Fly, when he pulls out his innovative spots like the Snapdragon 21 plex. His selling is so great. This was absolute perfection in every single way possible for a match that had little to no build. I have to just grade it on the bell-to-bell action, and this was absolutely spectacular. 5 stars for me. One of the best matches of the year. John?
Yeah, kind of hard to disagree with that, man. It was definitely the best match of the night, one of the best matches I've seen in a while. Bandido fucking goes out there and makes you believe every time against all odds. Like, you know, he shouldn't. You're like, oh, he's not gonna win this match, but shouldn't he? Fucking might. He's Bandido. 21 dragon suplex was my moment of the fucking match. Like, I didn't know what he was setting up to do. I was like, it looks like they're going for a 21 plex. It's kind of early in the, what the fuck is that? Yeah. Oh man, this is you know, I can't go 5 exactly because he almost killed Bandido right at the end. I was like, I can't say that's perfect. Fuck, like he missed that damn turnbuckle brainbuster, and it's not the first time. I was like, it tends to go like something goes wrong, and he
either hits it perfectly and he kills them, or he
Takeshita got fucking spiked a couple weeks ago, and this time instead of spiking him, we're just gonna brainbuster him all the way to the ground. Fuck it. Yeah, so I have to go like 4.75 because damn, bro. Yeah. But what a match.
What a match. Chris?
Yeah, I thought it was a great match. I mean, and this is kind of like a gift and a curse from AEW, because the gift is they aren't short of talent. You know, it's kind of a bad thing though, because, you know, Kyle Fletcher you would expect him to be positioned a little bit higher, but he's where he's supposed to be, you know. And it's just a lot of guys there that, you know, deserve the top spot, and it's you know it's a long game, you know. But Fletcher was great in this match. Bandido, I love Bandido. I just like the way they work together. And you know, it was almost a throwaway match because you knew Fletcher was gonna probably win. But it's always the journey to see, and then finally getting to the destination is always like, you know, a good thing to see in pro wrestling. So I thought this was fine.
J News.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it now. This was my match of the night at the end of the day. The bell to bell, the in-ring work, man. There's no one like Kyle Fletcher. There's no one like Bandido. AEW's moniker is we're the best wrestle at the end of the day, and I tend to agree at the end of the day. So there's that.
Prove it.
It's been proven, you know. I thought, this is just me nitpicking at something. Kyle, I love you, brother. I watch your freaking vlogs. I think you're incredible. Just be careful with the buckle brainbuster release point, because goddamn, that was nasty. And if Bandido would have gotten hurt there, he would have gotten slaughtered online. I'm sure people have been getting at him about certain things or whatever the case is. I mean, people still blame him for the whole Adam Cole thing or whatever, but it's just, yeah, man.
He hit Bandido with the same move that injured Adam Cole.
Yeah, I know, but it was his back, right? It wasn't his head. So it's like, you know, the positioning and all that is just like, just make sure your forearm and your tricep hit the buckle, man. Don't let go beforehand, because that was like, I was there like, all right, let's see how it all ends up. Bandido was fine at the end of the day. But Kyle is one of those dudes that he just makes stuff outside of it feeling real and all that jazz. It's just like there's a certain level of intensity, the velocity he wrestles with. I've mentioned it before. Shoot, bro, like he's just different. He's just different. And Bandido's another guy on the AEW roster who's one of their major baby faces. So anytime they need somebody to wrestle from under, Bandido's one of those guys. So terrific match between those two. Can't say anything more about it. Yeah, there it goes.
Yep.
They killed
it there.
I had someone tell me they thought, like, all right, Kyle Fletcher's better than Will Ospreay already. And I was like,
we had Jimmy Macaram on this channel says that it's not even close. He thinks that Kyle Fletcher is better than Will Ospreay.
I would say I like Kyle Fletcher. I think Kyle Fletcher can be better than Will Ospreay someday. I think he will be better than Will Ospreay someday at this rate. Like, the trajectory is insane. But
I don't even think that.
He's just got to learn.
I think Kyle Fletcher's better. And that's just the end of the story for me.
Yeah, I would not go near that far. I think Will Ospreay had his time being that kind of wrestler already and reached some peaks that Fletcher hasn't reached yet. Like, Fletcher has had some unbelievable matches, but when you're comparing Will Ospreay's like run, not even just like today, because you can't just be like, oh, you know, Fletcher moves better than Ospreay today, or he does better matches than injured Ospreay. You're talking like 2018 Will Ospreay is probably 2019 Will Ospreay is probably more comparable to Kyle Fletcher right now.
Right.
But I think that Kyle Fletcher, like I said, I think Kyle Fletcher will eventually develop into being a better professional wrestler than Will Ospreay was. But right now, Ospreay's got more experience. He knows how to tell stories better than Kyle Fletcher in the ring at this point in his career. It just comes with
he sells better. More. He sells better than Kyle Fletcher as well.
But yeah, Kyle Fletcher's got this intensity about him. He's got pretty much everything. I think he's the best young wrestler on the planet today.
I don't think there's any doubt about that as far as like young wrestlers, like 20 somethings in the pro wrestling industry. It's Kyle Fletcher and then it's everybody else. To me, like if I'm doing all genders, all promotions, as far as 20-year-old wrestlers, it's probably like Kyle Fletcher, Rhea Ripley. That's it. As far as like who's the best in their 20s. So we'll see what happens with Kyle. He's got probably a big matchup coming up at All In with Takeshita and Okada coming up. And I did see, I think it was War Hero asking, is Kyle gonna turn heel because he's beefing with Knight and Okada? No, they're all heels. They're all heels that don't get along. Just because they're heels doesn't mean they are automatically supposed to get along.
There's a whole new generation of heels that can turn heel even though they are already heels. I think Dom Mysterio has turned heel like 3 times and he's never been a babyface. He hasn't been a babyface since the fucking Rey Mysterio days.
Yeah, that's like the calling card at AEW at this point. Is there's like these meta turns where people are heel and they still turn and they become more healer, you know.
Yeah. Oh no, he said he thinks he's turning face. No, I don't think he's turning face anytime soon. I think he will be a face one day for sure, but he's not turning face right now. No.
He's too good of a dickhead.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
He's found his stride as far as you doing the character work on the mic and in backstage segments and in angles, but he's also able to do the character work in the matchup. Like he does the big body slam on Bandido. He goes right to the second rope and he does, and gets all these boos from the fans. I was like, this guy just knows what he's doing right now.
That was what brought on the conversation, because I think this crowd was interesting in that they would get really excited for a thing and then they would just get dead silent after it was over. They would wait for the next thing. And so Fletcher kind of got frustrated.
Fletcher, if it wasn't for Kenny Omega in the main event, Fletcher probably had the best control of the crowd the whole time.
Because you could tell he got frustrated early on and he's like, all right, well, let me slow down, get these motherfuckers to start waking up. Like, come on, man. So that's another good hallmark for a great wrestler.
Yeah, you gotta have that instincts to pull stuff off like that. Mr. Bonda is saying, I'd say Fletcher is better at 27 than Ospreay at 27. The point is to be better than the last generation, and I love that AEW focus on that.
Okay. I just don't see that. I think Ospreay's better. I just don't think Fletcher is there yet. And Ospreay's at such a high level that I don't think a lot of guys are gonna touch that anytime soon. But that, you know, that's just me being old and crotchety, I guess.
I mean, you're entitled to feel that way. You know, it's not you being old or anything. I'm trying to see, when was Will Ospreay 27 years old? He was born in 1992. So Will Ospreay was 27 years old in 2020 when he put on amazing matches with Shingo Takagi. I'm sorry, no, he's not. Kyle Fletcher at 27 is not better than Will Ospreay.
Thank you for doing that.
I think a lot of people today, like, I don't even know, like, a lot of fans today, like, how many of you actually saw Will Ospreay's Best of the Super Juniors run? Leading up to our Shingo match.
Like you said it. 2019 Will Ospreay is better than Kyle Fletcher. Like, I'm just saying now. 2019 Will Ospreay is better than Kyle Fletcher.
I wasn't even keeping up with the Super Juniors back then, and I still knew what Ospreay was doing just because it was all over the place. You couldn't escape it. Like, WWE wanted Will Ospreay. You know, they just couldn't get him because the schedule was ridiculous, and Ospreay didn't want to work that schedule, and he didn't want to move to the United States of America. Ospreay had the keys to the city and still does have them, and I think that, you know, until you get to that level, you gotta shut the fuck up, in my opinion. But
this debate, honestly, it reminds me the most of me at when I was like in my teenage years, and I used to tell my brother-in-law, when Kobe was like 27, 28, I would say Kobe's better than Jordan age for age. I was bugging, I was wrong, but I could say it with all the chest in my heart that I
Well,
felt
that's
like
how
that
Kobe
was true.
fans are, man. That's just how we were bred and born, you know.
Yeah, this is more with Ospreay hate
Yeah.
than Fletcher love.
Right.
I feel this whole argument.
Yeah.
I agree. I full on agree. Yeah. But I try to approach it objectively anyway. But I agree it comes from a place of I don't even like Will Ospreay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't take. Look, at the end of the day, everyone is allowed their own personal opinions and stuff like that. But from my standpoint, if you're a Will Ospreay wrestler hater, right? And a lot of people don't even know who Will Ospreay is as a person. But if you're a wrestler Will Ospreay hater, I can't take your wrestling opinion seriously. I just can't.
I agree, Jay.
So at the end of the day, I would say, Kyle's he's at a point right now where he's just, to quote Cody Rhodes, he's undeniable. But is Kyle better than Will Ospreay? In my personal opinion, he's not. But there's a lot. It's like I said earlier, there's just so much talent on the AEW roster right now that for Kyle to be standing out the way that he does is a testament to him. So.
And the biggest compliment we can give without going to kind of hyperbole, like the people that are saying Fletcher's better than Ospreay, is that Fletcher filled Ospreay's spot seamlessly when Ospreay was gone. He became the ace, the guy that always had the best match on every show he's on, type of guy. Yeah. And that not too many people on this entire roster. I think I could probably count them on one hand. Mm-hmm. It's Ospreay, Omega, Fletcher. That's the guys that have been asked to do that type of job for the.
If there's one thing, it's that with Ospreay and Omega getting older and battling injuries and changing the way they wrestle because of those injuries, Kyle Fletcher is one of the only guys out there who has their original energy. Like the energy they brought 5-10 years ago. And Bandido's one of them too, but I feel like he's older than I think he is. I've been watching him for a long time. Like, how fucking old is Bandido?
I think he's early 30s. He's like Bandido is more in that like Takeshita conversation. Like early 30s. And they can do that type of Omega Ospreay style.
Yeah.
All right, but I'm sorry to say, guys.
It's over. It's the peak.
This is the peak. This is kind of the peak of the show. Oh shit, we're about to go. Oh shit, I see a hill. We're going down the hill. Bang bang gang. Switchblade Jay White and Juice Robinson versus the Dogs, Clark Connors and David Finlay in a double chain matchup. Whoever made this a double chain matchup, that is who should be the LVP of this whole fucking show. The Dogs attack the Bang Bang Gang before the opening bell. Right after, we get honorary Baja Men, Nigel McGuinness getting the "Who Lets the Dogs Out" chant getting started as the crowd starts singing it. We get Robinson and White, who hit double clothesline, sending Connors and Finlay crashing outside. They then tie them up and start whooping them with the chain. And then we get more chain clotheslines. We get chain punches. We got White, who hits a violent looking dragon screw on Finlay as Robinson wrapped up the jabs on Connors. Connors ducked the left hand from God, and he takes a DDT from Switchblade. We get a Uranagi that spikes Finlay after Juice hits a senton on Connors. Finlay, Wright's able to get a 2 count on Finlay. White then wrapped the chain around Finlay's neck. Finlay's able to get free, hits a backbreaker as Connors plants Juice with a snap power slam. We get White, who looks for the Blade Runner, but was pulled away by Finlay long enough for Connors to hit a spear. The Dogs hit the high-low on White, but Robinson pulls Connors away while ringside to break the count. Finlay delivered a brutal Dominator that nearly fucking killed Switchblade. He almost landed right on his fucking head. Gets a near fall on that one. The Dogs look for the full clip at this point. Robinson prevents that. We get White, who floats over. Robinson pulls Connors off the top rope into the steel steps. He's out for a little while. We then get White and Robinson, who take turns beating down Finlay. Finlay gets hit with the cutthroat suplex. We then get White and Robinson, who whip the hell out of Finlay with the chain. White then holds Finley in position, but then Daniel Garcia and Willie Yuta of the Death Riders show up at ringside. They pull White down to the ringside area. They then hit him with the high-low leg sweep Busaiku knee combo, taking him out. Meanwhile, they leave Juice in the ring with the dogs. The Guns and Ace Austin come out to run off the Death Riders. You get Ace, who hits a leaping lariat on Yuta, while Colton hits a Faymaster on Garcia as they fight to the back. All of this is happening while Marina Shafir sneaks a shillelagh to David Finlay for him to use. David Finlay grabs the shillelagh from Marina Shafir. Mind you, they did it behind the referee's back. In this no DQ fucking double chain match. This shit stinks. He uses the fucking shillelagh on Juice Robinson, knocks him out in the process. You get the 1, 2, 3 as Finlay gets the cover on his former tag team partner to pick up the victory for the dogs here. This shit went like 20 minutes and it felt like a fucking hour. As soon as the dogs came out, the whole entire city of Montreal went silent. It felt like you could have heard a pin drop in the Bell Center with how quiet this crowd was when the dogs came out. And I don't blame them all too much. The dogs have not been given a lot of promo time. They have lost every single fucking pay-per-view matchup heading into this matchup here. So I didn't expect them to be wildly over. I think this was a misplacement on the card. This matchup shouldn't have been here, but it probably does a bigger depth if it's later on in the card. But god damn, this is one of the worst AEW pay-per-view matches in a very long time. I think it's the worst since Swerve versus Dustin Rhodes at World's End 2023. And I hate the fact that these are 4 guys that I love. I love them in the ring. I love them as Axe, the Dogs, and the Bang Bang Gang. I enjoyed the build up to this show, but making this a chain matchup and giving them 20 fucking minutes for it is such a bad move. It's such the wrong move for this rivalry, for this matchup. If they had a standard tag team matchup and it was hard hitting, I think it would have came out a lot better than what we got here. Fuck this matchup. I gave it a 1.5 stars. J News.
Oh man. Okay, so first things first. To SP3's point, which is the point I've had in my head since yesterday. AEW as a promotion has done nothing for the dogs.
Right.
The fans don't care about the dogs. They haven't
been given no reason.
They've been given no reason to care about the dogs, and that sucks because I myself, I believe in both David Finlay and Clark Connors just because I have me as a fan, I have a history of watching them for the last decade and some change and things of that nature. The chain match gimmick part to me was unnecessary. I understand that the dogs themselves have been in gimmick matches before, but that's not Jay White's forte per se. Jay White is really an in between the ropes defensive wrestler, counter wrestler type. So to SP3's point again, I think it would have worked better just as a regular tag match, be it hard hitting and things of that nature, or telling more of a story within the given time frame. Yeah, man. Look, it didn't need to be on the pay-per-view. They shoehorned it in last minute anyways, which I thought was like, why are we doing this? And why isn't this Jay versus David period? And I get it that we're gonna get there, but it's like we didn't even get a real fever pitch to get to David versus Juice, let alone now get to David versus Jay. So it's like this has all been kind of like it's been kind of fumbled altogether. Finally, the dogs get a win on pay-per-view though, right? I guess that's the tail end of it all.
That's the bright side to all of this.
Yeah, that's the bright side of it. It's just that this didn't belong on the pay-per-view really. And this wasn't the style and type of match you should have had for these 4 guys to do at the end of the day. Because for all intents and purposes, the Death Riders have their own tag team. The Bang Bang Gang has an actual tag team within the faction. So it's like doing this is just I don't know, man. And it really didn't do much for the story of Finlay versus Jay going forward. For me, specifically speaking, they're gonna have to turn this on its head somehow, and we'll see how they do it. But yeah, that's my vantage point of things.
They should have just done what I thought they were going to do from the very beginning. It should have been Cope and Cage and the Bang Bang Gang versus the Dogs and the Death Riders in a big 12-man brawl. That's been the staple that always delivers on an AEW pay-per-view. Making these two separate matches drag down this whole card completely. Chris?
Yeah, man, this was just not good. And the Dogs, I mean, they got a lot going against them at the moment. I think when you work for TK, I don't think he is a creative in the sense of being an idea guy. I think if you were a wrestler, I think the wrestlers that work best in AEW are the wrestlers who were doing cool stuff in the indies or where they were at before, and they already have an idea of what they want to be in AEW. Then they get better. If you've got no idea for what you want as characters, TK isn't going to come up with an idea for you. And I think that's
the dogs have that, and they still can't come up with anything.
But yeah, that's the thing. I just don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why it's not translating in AEW, because usually overacts kind of do translate in AEW, and this I just don't get it. I don't understand it. But it wasn't good. As far as the match is concerned, it was boring. Nobody did anything spectacular. The Dogs is not the most creative name for a team. It was bad on several fronts. And shout out to Juice and all those guys that got some pay-per-view time, and shout out to the Dogs for winning, but I don't know what that means at the end of the fucking day.
Very true. John?
Well, the match sucked. I mean, that was obvious. The crowd was dead. The match was bad. The chains were all over the place. The Death Riders were involved. I don't know what else to say about the match that you guys didn't already say. It stunk. It was badly placed. It didn't have to be on this part of the card. It shouldn't have had chains involved. All that stuff is true. I'm thinking more about the Dogs as an act, and what exactly was unique about them compared to the Bang Bang Gang, because they were exactly the same. Like they served the same exact purpose in New Japan. So with the Bang Bang Gang already on TV in AEW, I always wondered what the fuck the Dogs could add to the television show, as like they're already here. Where Jay White already has David Finlay's spot. Like that was the thing in New Japan. David Finlay was unfortunately never able to step up to Jay White's or the people before him and the people before him's position as top gaijin. So it just didn't work out. So I always understood kind of starting them over in AEW and trying to go for something else. I think Clark Connors is going to be the one that benefits the most from that approach eventually. But so far, it's like I said, they haven't changed enough about them yet. It feels like they're good. They're just kind of being shithead heels right now, and maybe putting them with the Death Riders is the only way he could think of differentiating them. But
hasn't helped anything. Like
really with the Death Riders, it isn't clear how they're associated. Like I mean,
it's just Gabe Kidd. It's Gabe Kidd. Gabe Kidd
is a Death Rider. We never like even when he was with the Death Riders, they never actually made him like a Death Rider. And then
He
all
was
of
a
a sudden,
mercenary for the Death Riders.
yeah,
That's-
and then all of a sudden in the G1, he just is because they had him fighting Shooter, and they were like, "This is what makes sense." So like, when did the dogs become part of the Death Riders? Like, are they like shouldn't we have a segment to establish the relationship between these two groups? Like, I
agree.
I don't know. There's a lot missing from this whole situation, which is partly why it doesn't work, you know. But yeah, it sucks. It sucks for Finlay right now more than Connors. I think. I don't know why I feel like Connors is actually doing. He's actually okay. He's
Finlay is the better wrestler of the two. It just seems like he's being punished for even thinking about going to WWE. That's what it's felt like since
I don't know if Finlay had. I'm not gonna lie. I never jumped on the Finlay bandwagon. It never came together for me in New Japan. I think at Wrestle Kingdom the year he left, I was like, oh, he's all right. That was like the first time I thought David Finlay was all right.
The year before he left, because he left this year.
Oh yeah.
Seems like John and I have a similar opinion about David Finlay, but hey, I've always been in the wrong, huh, SP3?
You're both wrong. So you got someone here being wrong.
The Japanese were wong. Ghetto was wrong.
He got over with the Japanese fans. I don't know what you're talking
about. He was certainly a good part of the middle of the card. They certainly did like the War Dogs doing War Dogs things, but as far as like David Finlay, the IWGP Global Champion, like get the fuck. That shit was mid-card shit. That was the admittance. Ghetto used to come out with David Finlay and look like I know I failed. Like I always thought this shit kind of stinks. It's just Jay White, but boneless, meatless. And like I said, towards the end of the run in New Japan, yeah, he started connecting. He started getting it together. He might have had 2 more years and maybe would have become what they wanted him to be. Eventually.
Yeah, I always said when the rumor started that he was heading to WWE, I was like, I think he should stay 1 more year.
Gotta give him some time. I'll say this though. I'm with y'all on the sense that they have AEW, Tony Khan, whoever's part of the creative team, have fumbled the creative around the dogs. First of all, why are they just the dogs? That to me was dumb to begin with. That's 1. 2, separation sometimes is not a bad thing. We don't need them being associated with the Death Riders. If they were just another heel faction doing their own heel faction shit, it would have been better. Now we have this convoluted story of Gabe Kidd being part of 2 different factions, him being a dog and him being a Death Rider, and then there's this cross connection. But when have we ever seen David Finlay and Jon Moxley ever have a conversation? And does Clark Connors even know how to have a conversation with other members of other people's freaking factions? We don't know, right? But he looks cool. You know, he's a character out of freaking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So that's okay. At the end of the day, look, they can do better.
I liked his theme music.
Yeah. And I think there's parts of the presentation of the dogs that works, like the backstage shit that they do with the backstage people before they come up for the entrance. That works. The stuff that they have been doing in some of their vignettes, it's been funny, and it's like, all right, they have pieces here, but they haven't been able to gel it well together. They need to gel it well together for people to care. And right now, folks don't care. And that's the unfortunate part. This is why this stunk. This is why this didn't go. This is why I go over with the crowd. And they need to leave chains out of matches unless it's a dog collar match. That's all I got to say about that. Let's move on.
It doesn't get any better from here as Hikaru Shida defends the AEW TBS Championship against Maya World. It is Maya World's birthday. Both ladies wasted no time slugging it out until Shida fired off a high knee. You get Shida, who wins the exchange, sending World reeling outside. We get a Meteora off the apron by Shida. Both ladies start trading punches. World played to the crowd a little too long, allowing Shida to trap her leg almost into the stretch muffler. Shida then released the hold and bit at the forehead before keeping World grounded. Maya fought back. She hits a desperation Hurricane Rana. In the corner, World tried for a sunset flip, but came up limping, allowing a Shida missile dropkick. Shida tried for the Falcon Arrow, but World was able to reverse into a cradle. She gets 2. We get a double stomp by World as she's clutching her leg. She would sell it very well throughout this matchup. We get a discus forearm by Maya that drops Shida. She then connects with a Shining Wizard one time, then another to the back of the head. She hits a third to the front of the head, and then she lowers the knee pad, hits another. She frantically we get Shida, who frantically gets up and then rolls outside. Referee Paul Turner was able to wrestle away the kendo stick, leading to World kicking it away from both as she hits a tope suicida to the outside. We get the katana knee as Maya gets her shoulder up at 2.5. Shida maintained wrist control as she hits a nasty cutthroat tombstone, but again, Maya's able to kick out. We get the TBS lock is applied. World was about to tap, but Shida, for some reason, cuts her off and opts for a snap German suplex. Then she has 3 running knees to Maya. She goes for a 4th, but Turner held her back, so Shida shoved him away. She hits a Falcon Arrow, but World is able to get the rope break, and Shida can't believe it. She shards at Maya, and Maya's able to catch her, hits the bridging fall-away slam for the 1-2-3, as she wins the TBS Championship. The crowd reacted big to the title change, but that's about it of them reacting. They reacted to like the final couple of minutes when Maya really started getting on a roll and started coming close to picking up the victory, but they were definitely quiet throughout this whole thing. And Maya was good, but holy Shida, this was not a good performance by Hikaru whatsoever. Mm-hmm. She was slow. She was plotting when she had the heat in this matchup, and the crowd just fucking died a death. This was not a good look, but congratulations to Maya World. She deserves this victory. I feel like she has found a way to find a spot on the AEW roster. She's working her way to getting over with the fans. I don't think the Mercedes matchup made her in the way that she said during the post-media scrum, but it has put her on the right path, and she's continuing that path by winning the TBS championship here. So good moment for Maya World, but in a bad matchup. I gave this matchup, I think it was better than the chain match, so I give it 2 stars. Jay News?
I've been hinting at this for a couple of months now, and I'm usually politically correct and nice about a lot of what happens in the ring with certain talent, but I can't do this anymore because of what happened last night. I hate using the term washed, because she's still relatively young. But what Hikaru Shida has been giving us since she's come back from her visa issues or whatever have you was going on, from a character standpoint, great. In ring, not so much, right? It's not well performed. She looks slow out there, like you said, SP3, plotting at times. There are certain moves within the sequence of moves of what's going on in a match in an immediate moment. Sometimes she does stuff that makes no sense. And it's like, what's going on here? Like, what are you trying to do? Right? You play off heel great, but then the in-ring stuff just doesn't match up to what you're supposed to be doing, or at least the reaction you're supposed to be getting from the crowd. And in this point, there was a lack thereof, right? I'm not going to give Maya any flack because Maya put her heart and soul into this match. You just saw it from beginning to end. What she's been doing as of late has been fantastic and great, considering everything that's been going on in her personal life and whatnot. I found it very surprising that she actually got the win here. So this is one of the bigger surprises of the night for me.
Yeah, me too.
for her to be TBS champion. I have my own, not issue, but it's like more of a point of contention of how she got a TBS title run before Athena did, but that's just another conversation altogether. And you know, listen, man, listen. Anyways, this match, it didn't work. Shida was bad, and that sucks to say. But Maya's on a good trajectory. Her match with Mercedes put her on the map. It didn't make her; it put her on the map, which is two different things.
Right.
And she's on a good trajectory with AEW. She's gonna need time to develop from a character standpoint, and also from a promo standpoint as well. But she's young. She's got time. She'll develop. I trust it because AEW has done this with younger talent before, and they're doing it now with other young talent. So I don't have issue with how she's looking on TV. But if Shida becomes someone's manager, I think that would work for the best. And I don't tend to say that a lot, but I no longer want to see Hikaru Shida in the ring. I just don't. So that as harsh as that may sound, the wrestling part of it, I just don't want to see anymore. That's right.
John?
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, she was just in the ring with Chris Statlander the other day, and that shit was kind of heat. I think the
Aminata match was
just a couple weeks ago.
It wasn't stiff enough for me. She's just not connecting when it comes to points of contact from physicality.
Aminata will take care of that.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I get it. There's been a shift in Shida's in-ring style for sure. I haven't. This match doesn't. It's not the kind of. I don't think this singular match is representative of the work she's been doing for the past few months. Because I know when she won the title, I was like, man, she really earned this. She's worked really hard since she got back. It's been 25 days. I don't think in 25 days I'm not going to shift my opinion that much yet. I also am not going to put this all on Shida. This match, all the problems of this match are not only on Shida. Maya World is going to have a great career. She's got a great trajectory. She has also had some struggles in the ring. She had a great match with Mercedes. She had a shit match with Sky Blue just before that. There were some matches on Collision leading up to this that were just completely pedestrian or just like nothing matches. Like there's nothing to it, and the crowd didn't care about her, and it was like, okay, like, I don't think this was working the way they wanted it to work. And then I kind of had that fear when she went into the finals with Mercedes. But I mean, thankfully, Mercedes Monè is motherfucking Monè. It don't matter if your shirt is coming off. We're going to have this 4-star panel. Unfortunately, Maya is young, and Shida wasn't the best general tonight. So it's like everything was fucked. This match sucked on both ends. It's unfortunate, but I think they'll both be okay. I think Maya, as champion now, hopefully has an opportunity to have more matches with higher level in-ring wrestlers in AEW. I mean, hopefully they're not having her in there with some of the girls that also need a better ring general. Hopefully we're just putting her in there with good generals. Like, let's get her if we're gonna be fucking training her on the go on television because she's young and we want to push her, she's at this momentum, though, then do it right. You can't have her out there just because you put the belt on her and just be like, all right, sink or swim time. Like, no, throw her a fucking donut. You put her in this position very early. You gotta help her along. You can't just expect her to go out there and be the TBS champion now because we put the belt on you. Like, no, she's still very young in this business. When did she start wrestling? Like, in the 2020s?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like I said, I'm very sympathetic towards Maya World for a million reasons. But the biggest one here is the technical one. And that's like, she's very young. She still has a lot to learn. This wasn't the best position for her to be in.
you give some of the blame to Maya World. I think more than the ladies, more than Shida and Maya World, whoever gave them fucking 16 minutes, they deserve some of the blame for this match.
Yeah,
I agree.
Chris,
unnecessary.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know what it is with Shida at the moment. There was a time when she was my favorite wrestler. But I think maybe her wrestling style just isn't accommodating to a heel. Maybe she needs to be a babyface in that respect. I thought Maya World, I think she's fine. I like Jay News, I was surprised that she won the match. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. I think she'll be fine though. I think that Mercedes match, like I don't think it was like a world-changing match, but it did. After listening to her in that presser yesterday, it does seem like it kind of put her in the mindset and made her a more confident wrestler. So maybe that'll be good for her in Wembley. We'll see. But yeah, I thought the match was. It was what it was. I don't want to crap on it too much because, I think both of the women, did what they could, but 16 minutes was just way too long for that match. Hopefully, Shida gets cast right, whether it's back as a babyface or maybe in a managerial role, but something's got to shift.
You gotta do something.
That in-ring style's gotta. What she's doing now it's gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotta go. It's just not.
I don't know if I would have my on the Wembley card yet, but all out is a month later. We should put the TBS title over there.
I mean, I can see them doing like a multi-woman matchup. Yeah. Honestly, what I would do is put Maya World and Athena title for title. Yeah.
I definitely thought they were headed towards that, and then it felt like we were just building towards the casino gauntlet.
Thank you for saying that, SP3. This is part of what I was talking about when it came to production and the celebrations post-match. When Maya World won the match, the post-match celebration went on for a bit too long. I thought they were setting up for somebody to come out after she won the belt. Nothing happened. It was just a post-match celebration that went on for 3 to 5 minutes longer than it needed to. And I was like, where's Athena in this? Shouldn't she be coming out? Shouldn't she be starting some beef? Or whoever they wanted to at the end of the day. And it was just a long celebration. And I'm like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing these?
Give them the moment.
I think they just wanted to give her that moment. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is give her the moment, no doubt, but it just didn't need to be that long or whatever. The expectation is like if it's going on for that long, it's like, oh, you're going to do something. And it's like it took her that long just to walk up the rampway. And I was like, what are we doing here? And whatnot. Give her moment, no doubt. Have her win, but it just went on too long at the end of the day. I felt like they didn't know when to cut and shit. And that's like, what's going on?
All right, next up, we got our 6th match on the card for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. It was Cope and Cage and Cope, Adam Copeland and Kris Jon defending the championships against the Death Riders, Claudio Castagnoli and Pac. You get Cope, who comes out first for the big sing-along with the Montreal fans. They basically hit them with the okie doke because they say, "Oh no, you don't get to sing along with them because we're gonna attack him right as the entrance is going on." After these two awful matchups, that is just cruel to do to Montreal.
Right, yeah.
To tell them they could have sang Mentalingas, but we actually want to do a pre-match beatdown. So Christian comes out, he tries to fight them off. Copeland says he's okay to go as the bell sounds. We get the Death Riders continuing to beat him down. Copeland got a sleeper for about 10 seconds before Claudio escaped, and he hit the back suplex. We got Copeland, who backdropped out of the neutralizer. Castagnoli landed on his feet. Both got ahead of steam and hit the double clotheslines. Then Christian tags in. Christian is in here for quite some time. He's being isolated. You get Castagnoli was able to recover. He delivers corner punches and bites Christian for good measure, but Christian answers with a superplex. Pac makes the blind tag. He flies off the top rope with a beautiful looking elbow drop. Gets a near fall on Christian. We get him clobbering Christian with a big lariat before Copeland gets to his feet and they knock him down again. So Christian has to fight and fight. All of a sudden, Christian says, fuck all of this. I'm going to make my comeback without the hot tag. He gets his knees up on a shooting star press. He gets a cradle for 2. But then they get him into the giant swing drop kick combination. Christian is able to still fight back. He comes back. He's able to make the hot tag to Copeland. Copeland starts running wild. He comes in. He hits a buckle bomb on Pac into Castagnoli. Hits the Impaler DDT on both men. We get Castagnoli who crashes outside. Pac tries a schoolboy with his feet on the rope, but the referee catches him. They start shoving each other, does Pac and the referee, until Copeland plants him with the neck breaker and we get the reset. Crowd hypes up Copeland as he charges for the spear. Pac leapfrogs it, and Castagnoli back in. He hits an assisted neutralizer, but Cage dives in to break up the cover. Copeland dodges into a crossface, but Castagnoli fights off Christian to make the save. We get the locomotion attack in the corners by the Death Riders, but this leads to a very cool finish as Cope and Christian were prepared for the locomotion strikes as they reverse it, and it ends with them hitting a big move on Castagnoli, the pop-up spear on Pac. 1, 2, 3. The champions retain the titles here. This match started off slow. I thought it was a bad choice to do the 2-on-1 work in the heat to start off the matchup, especially with how the reception was to the previous 2 matches. But I thought by the end it got better and it got good. So I'll give it 3.25 stars. Cope and Cage retained the AEW World Tag Team Championships here. The crowd was seemingly psyched up to sing Copeland's theme song yet again. But yet again, they cut it off. I was like, this is unbelievable. The Young Bucks then come out. We hear the super kick party theme. They come down to the ring. They go face to face with the AEW World Tag Team Champions. They point to the titles while Cope and Cage raise the titles in their face. And then the Contron reveals that it is official. At AEW All in London, Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks, will challenge Cope and Cage for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. We get Cage, who shows that he still is not too keen on the Young Bucks as they offer a handshake, and he just turns it down and walks away. But it does not change anything. It will go down in Wembley Stadium on August 30th. Young Bucks, Cope and Cage, first time ever AEW World Tag Team Championships on the line. That is a big matchup to add to the Wembley Stadium card. But like I said, it was good. It just took a while to get there for me. John, what did you think about Cope and Cage versus the Death Riders?
Took too long to get there for me to call it good, unfortunately. I do think there were flashes of greatness towards the end. I think one of my favorite things about Christian as a wrestler is his ability to think about spots where it's like technical reversals of things. So when they were able to counter the locomotion clotheslines into the corner, I was like, that's fucking Christian right there. I love that. And that was the only thing I enjoyed about this match. Otherwise, I don't know if it would have been better on another part of the card, but it certainly wasn't good following the 2 duds that came before it. This was just like another, like this crowd desperately wanted to be excited for something, and they had to deal with like 10 minutes of Christian Edge or Christian getting his ass beat before things finally came together and towards the end. And they did get a good reaction at the end, and the Bucks coming out and interrupting the song made me laugh because they was like, you're not going to be singing today. That's funny as hell. But yeah, I also don't believe that like this, maybe because we've been thinking about the fucking 3-way all this time, but I still don't believe that it's just going to be Edge and Christian versus the Young Bucks. And if it is, that would not be a bad match.
No.
I think that would be pretty damn good, honestly. they've never fought before, right? I think only the Bucks have crossed paths with Christian in a street fight long ago, 2021. But as far as like Edge and Christian versus the Bucks, it would be real funny if the Young Bucks got to have that singles match at All In, and FTR just doesn't get on the card. They wouldn't be real happy with that. I don't think. No. I don't.
No. Unless they're actually thinking about what they want their decision to be when their contracts expire and they're really taking time off. Like that would put like more of the spotlight on the whole topic of where FTR is going to re-sign later this year if they're not a part of this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. If they're not in this match, and you got to start thinking they're fucking leaving, they're just fucking leaving, which would be really silly. That would be one of the dumbest decisions of their career. But hey, stranger things have happened.
Indeed. Chris?
Yeah, I thought this match was what it was. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it necessarily. I'm kind of more interested in seeing what happens in Wembley. I do think the New Day is going to have some kind of post-match involvement next month, whether I don't know what their new names are going to be, but I think this interaction at the end of the match is a prelude to a lot of crap that's going to probably happen next month. And I know this was probably the month where a lot of 90-day clauses lapsed, and I think people were maybe expecting some kind of debuts last night. I think we're going to get a couple in Wembley next month, so we'll see.
J News?
I'll differ, man. I enjoyed the crap out of this match, to be quite honest. I thought it was fun. I thought that Christian doing the majority of the work in this match held true, because Cope has been doing the majority of the work in other matches with their previous tag matches. So it's a good trade-off here. I thought that Pac and Claudio were doing their heel things as best as they could and beating the shit out of both of them. And I thought that was the focal point of this match here, and they were able to grab that victory out of the jaws of defeat. So I thought that was pretty cool. Did it take some time to get there? Sure, but I still enjoyed the majority of the match as it was. The Bucks coming out post match, they finally did something post match here that made the sense to go walking into Wembley, should I say, going into All In and whatnot. To one of the points that Professor Chris just made as well. I think one of the reasons as to why I felt like the show wasn't as strong, my expectations for the show were a bit high, because I did expect either returns or debuts to happen on this show that didn't happen at all. So that to me is a part of the reason as to why I didn't feel as strongly about the show overall than anything else. I usually try to go into most things without high expectations, but I did myself a disservice with the show going in with a certain level of expectation and stuff like that. But this match being set up for All In is that's where we were heading. I know a lot of us have been in the boat of it being a three-way with FTR. We still don't know what the hell's going on with those guys, as SP3 was saying. So right now, that being a regular tag match, being that it's a new tag match, we've never seen the Bucks versus CNC. I'm looking forward to it to see as to what happens there. I know that Dynamite and Collision this week are in Detroit, so we'll see if anything else pops off during the week and whatnot. But I thought that the match was entertaining and it was fun. So that's just my end of it.
And they did announce later on in the show we will get the Bucks, Cope, and Cage in a sit-down interview with Renee Paquette this Wednesday on Dynamite. So the build to Wembley Stadium kicks off on Wednesday. All right, so we had. I agree with J News, by the way. I thought the matchup was good. It just took a while to get good for me.
Yeah.
So We had 2 matches that we all agree was not that good. We have 1 match which is kind of polarizing between good or bad, or it took too long to get good. It's amazing to me that in the year of our Lord 2026, the Painmaker had one of the best matches on the fucking show. Congratulations. It is time for the Painmaker versus the Psycho Killer. It's time for Jericho versus Tommaso Ciampa. Jericho is wielding a barbed wire bat from the opening. Ciampa has a chair. Both swing for the fences in the early going. Ciampa wins out this battle. Ciampa swung wildly, but Jericho ducked it and hits a code breaker. He gets a 1 count. Jericho brings out a bag. You think it's thumbtacks, but instead it's sand from the beach break matchup, and he blinded Ciampa before taking the fight outside. Ciampa reversed a whip into the barricade, and he gets control. Ciampa battled back with the fairy tale ending on the apron, causing a table to explode as a result, but Jericho kicked out at 2 back inside. There's a kid at ringside telling Ciampa to light a table on fire, as Taz hilariously says, "That's fine, it's Canada." Ciampa starts throwing weapons into the ring. He's got a hockey stick that gets a huge pop from the fans, but Ciampa, knowing that he's the heel in the matchup, brilliantly brings a Boston Bruins jersey and gets plenty of heat for it. He then has a stuffed animal of Yuppie, the Montreal Canadiens mascot, and he starts hitting it with the hockey stick, even gives it a lung blower, which gets one of the biggest pops of the whole night. Jericho makes the save for the mascot as he poses with it before dumping a bag of thumbtacked hockey pucks into the ring. I can't believe I'm even saying that. We get a full all-out hockey fight as Jericho pulled the jersey over Ciampa's head and then suplexed him into the thumbtack hockey pucks. We then get Jericho, who pulls out fucking sandpaper and starts raking it over Ciampa's forehead. He is now busted open and he is fucking leaking. The crowd starts yelling to light it on fire as Jericho opted to pull out a barbed wire table. That delayed allowed Ciampa to chuck a can at Jericho's head. We get Ciampa, who lowered his knee pad and clobbered Jericho with the running knee strike. We get Jericho's head has a tack on it now. We get a Ciampa who went for a black bag, revealing an elbow pad covered in thumbtacks. Jericho swept out the legs and then got in the walls of Jericho at this point, trying to fight back against Ciampa. We then get Jericho, who gets it in. It forces Ciampa to crawl through the tacks to get the barbed wire bat, and he slams it onto Jericho's back repeatedly. He rakes his forehead with the barbed wire. Jericho responds with a Death Valley driver off the apron through the barbed wire table at ringside. Ciampa kicks out when they go back inside. We then get Jericho, who starts stabbing Ciampa in the leg with the barbed wire bat. And then he gets a pencil as well. We get Jericho, who brought a huge mirror into the ring. He starts posing with it. Jericho was appropriately ridiculous throughout this matchup, especially here. Then we get them making a freaking mirror bridge between 2 chairs as Ciampa is freaking bleeding and out of it on top of the top rope. But Ciampa is able to reverse things from Jericho, and he hits the Psycho Driller off the top rope through the mirror bridge, with Jericho having a glass from the mirror stuck in his fucking back. That fucking sucked. We get freaking Ciampa, who then goes underneath the ring and he grabs the drill from Breach Break as the fans start chanting, "This is murder. This is murder." Ciampa goes to use the drill, but Jericho pulls out a Great Muta and sprays green mist before hitting the Judas effect, but Ciampa kicks out. Jericho brought out another mirror, this one covered in barbed wire. He then goes to use it as he smashed it onto Ciampa's back. Then Jericho puts on the thumbtack elbow pad and hits the Judas effect, but again Ciampa kicks out. Finally, Jericho grabs the drill. He slowly but surely puts it near Ciampa's head And freaking Ciampa has no choice but to tap out before he gets a fucking hole in his goddamn head. I don't care what anybody says. I know a lot of our chat, a lot of our community are Chris Jericho haters. If you don't think this fucking shit was good, y'all don't know ball. I'm sorry. Y'all don't know ball. Jericho went out there and worked his ass off, and he delivered one of the best matches on this fucking show. And Ciampa, despite losing, came out of this matchup better than he went in. This was an A+ as far as over-delivering on this card. No other match over-delivered more than this one. I give it 4.25 stars. Chris?
Yeah, I thought this match was a lot of fun. I haven't been interested in the Painmaker character. I'm still not, but I thought Jericho. I think when he does reinvent himself and attempt to do new things, and I think Jericho knew this match needed to be good, so I think he took it seriously. I think Ciampa, like Ricochet before him, when they leave that environment up north, they just become different people. Because I think they know what they want to do with their character, and WWE isn't going to give them a chance to do any of that shit. So AEW was a right move for Ciampa. I did like this match a lot. And Jericho, I'm not always a fan of his, out of the ring antics and stuff like that. But yeah, you got to give him props as a wrestler. Was he like 55 years old now, 56, something like that? Mm-hmm. And he's still bringing it, man. And he didn't look out of place. I don't like the pain makeup get up he's got, but I mean, that's the only real nitpick I have. The match was good, yeah.
John?
All you Jericho haters need to shut the fuck up, man. I've been saying this since day one. I've been saying this since he actually did suck and need a break. I said, listen, Jericho take some time off TV when he comes back, recalibrate himself. Watch how he shows his worth again. Showed up in AEW from the day he fucking came back. I mean, you want to have your residual Jericho hatred? That's fine, man. Hold on to it if you want. I'm telling you, all he's been doing, the match with Ricochet, the matches with Ciampa, all he's been doing is showing his worth in AEW. Yeah, it looks fucking silly when he paints himself with the thing and he calls himself the Japanese whatever the fuck, because I know for a fact that isn't good. The Painmaker isn't working the way Jericho thinks it works. But you know what? If he puts that pain fucking makeup on and he goes out there and it makes him feel like he could do some deathmatch shit, then you know what? Keep putting on that fucking paint makeup. You keep calling yourself whatever the fuck you want, Grandpa. I love that shit. He goes out there and he's doing these spots that he basically probably saw on YouTube fucking Nick Gage doing in CZW 12 years ago. And he's like, I'm going to do a safer version of that. We're going to use a mirror instead so I don't get a shot of glass at my fucking arm. There was not just the fact that he was willing at 50 whatever years old to go out there and do the things that he did, but Jericho's knowledge, Jericho's experience in professional wrestling is something so fucking valuable, so necessary, and it shows in this match right here, because they started off doing like regular ass fucking WWE ass hardcore shit, like a fucking fire extinguisher, fucking regular table spot, Ciampa doing classic fucking cheap heel shit, put on the Bruins jersey and beat the mascot up, and the people are losing their fucking minds. They hadn't had this kind of they weren't this interested in anything.
No, they had 3 matches that were laid out to not get their interest.
When Ciampa pulled out that UP motherfucker, man, people were losing their minds. Don't you dare! Don't touch that fucking doll. They needed him. They needed the pin broken up when he pinned the doll, and that's what I'm like. These are the things that like AEW fans would be like, man, I don't want to see that on my show. But motherfucking Chris fucking Jericho and Tommaso Ciampa know how to make you care, because they took that shit and then they elevated it. So we do this bullshit, and now we're trying to kill each other. Now we got hockey pucks with fucking thumbtacks on him and sandpaper and drills. He tried to kill him. This match wasn't just good because it had garbage come before it. I think it's funny. I think my joke was that it was a 20-con psyop to make 3 horrible matches so Jericho could save the show in Canada. But in reality, this was just a really fucking good match. This was just a really good match. It was really well put together, and it was fun to watch, and it was full of spectacle. And he used a drill.
They fucking paid off the drill, which I thought was stupid at Beach Break, but they paid it off in the end.
I told you. I don't know if I told you, but I fucking said it. In this company, I would not dismiss the fact that they might come around and pay off that drill. Darby Allin brought out the flamethrower, and people were like, well, what is he going to do with that? Well, it turns out he was planning on setting the man on fire, and then he did. So, like, in this company, when they introduced Chekhov's gun, I think they plan on using that shit. And that's really cool to me. So, yeah, fuck yeah. You're never going to hear me see that, in the year 2026. Because in 2026, Jericho's already proven himself. Absolutely. Yeah. As a matter of fact, before the match even started, I was making the joke that Jericho's about to come on and save this fucking pay-per-view.
Yeah.
It's good.
I think that the issue is that people tend to not be able to look at wrestling objectively.
Right.
And they have already planted in their head that anything Jericho wise, it sucks to them. It sucks to them. It doesn't have their interest. And I'm saying it like you said before, John. I'm saying it as someone in 2025. I wanted Jericho as far away as humanly possible because he was dragging all these pay-per-views down. But we have to be honest, and we have to just look at what we've seen over the last couple of months since his return. He had a good match with Ricochet at Dynasty. He had a batshit insane Stadium Stampede at Double or Nothing. The match at Beach Break was really good with Ciampa to kick off that show. And then he came here and he turned around this fucking show that was dying after the last 3 matches.
Jericho has value.
What else can you ask for from a 56-year-old? Like, let's get over our personal feelings for Jericho and just call shit like going down right in front of your face. If something's good, it does not matter what your prejudgment was about it. If something's good, call it fucking good.
Yeah,
that's exactly it.
And people have to also keep it real with themselves that he made the right decision staying in AEW. You know, I don't think he'd be able to have a resurgence like this in WWE. I think he'd be an old guy jobbing to all the, new toys they like,
Could you imagine if he had went back at the Royal Rumble in January, right? They would have run through whatever they had planned for him, and by July 27th today, he would have been just another dude on the card if they were still using the motherfucker. He would have been equivalent to the fucking Bellas and Page, bro. Like, that's what they would have been doing with Jericho. He would have got a good run, and then, I don't know, whatever. Triple H don't even like the motherfucker. Like,
It's very true. J News, what did you think about this one?
Yeah, man. John said it earlier. I said this to my boy via text yesterday, and I was like, "Yo, Chris Jericho's in his Nick Gage bag tonight, bro. Like the mirror spots and the drill spot itself, I thought was interesting because the bit that was on it, I said." When Ciampa first took it out and I saw the bit and I was like, damn, he's using it and the bit's going a little bit wild. So I figured, okay, so that's rubber or whatever the case is. And they just painted it metal. But like what the use of it was going to be was more important. And when Jericho got his hands on it and he was able to get Ciampa to tap out to it was insane. To me, the glass spot wasn't even the most cringeworthy spot in the match. It was the sandpaper. Because if anyone knows what sandpaper feels like on skin, let alone someone's bald head, that to me was the most cringiest thing in that match. And for these guys to do what they were doing in this match, first of all, I never thought Chris Jericho would amount to do anything like this at this stage in his career again. And for him to get it out, and then Ciampa, who's been willing and ready and able to do any and everything since he's joined AEW, props to him, man. It's just been it's been great to see him on AEW TV. And Chris Jericho, I said this a couple of previews ago, as long as they don't keep him on constant TV and giving him crazy ass TV time, I'm all for it at the end of the day. And this has been a good way, a good use of Chris Jericho since he's come back and re-signed his contract with AEW. And I can't say anything bad about this match because it was highly entertaining. It was as violent as it was supposed to be, to even to the nth degree at the end of the day. So, man, props to these gentlemen for doing what they're doing. And I just wonder what's next for both of them at this point. But we'll see. We'll see in the coming weeks and months. But it's an entertaining ass match, and yeah, they did the damn thing, and they picked up the energy in the arena after the match was over here.
Yeah,
because Jericho doesn't book. I mean, well, he's probably creative, but he doesn't book the fucking show.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, you're literally basically penalizing him for Tony Khan's job, which is just not anything. This has nothing. He's saying that what I don't give a fuck about is Jericho's fuse. Keep that same energy when Tommaso is in the same position 5 months from now. Chris better not have a world title shot. Like, that has nothing, whatever Ciampa's doing 5 months from now has nothing to do with this rivalry, has nothing to do if Jericho did a good job or not with this rivalry. This rivalry did help Tommaso Ciampa. Ciampa came out of this matchup looking better than he went going in, so the feud accomplished what it needs to accomplish. Now it's up to fucking Tony Khan, the person you really need to blame and penalize for the aftermath of the Jericho rivalry. It's up to him to follow up with Tommaso Ciampa. It has nothing to do with Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho did his fucking job with Ciampa.
Right.
Stop playing.
Yeah. And man, that Ospreay match he had was one of the best matches of his career at Wembley. I'm just saying, like, if they did run that on the Dynamite, you're probably gonna say that shit was 4 stars anyway.
But like Jericho's job is to do, and AEW's job is to do what the wrestling mood and storylines dictate them to do. So if Jericho ends up in a world title match in a few months and it makes sense, then why shouldn't they do that? You know, it's like, you gotta let things I hate saying this because it's a WWE saying that gets old, but you gotta let things play out, man. I think AEW has earned that benefit of the doubt.
I agree.
Yeah, TK's got to do better at the end of the day, you know, in certain regards and follow up and whatnot. So we'll see as to how it all boils down. All in is what, 5 weeks away at this point.
About just over 4 weeks.
August 30th, right?
Yeah. One last thing before we move on. I got this from, I'll give credit where credit's due. Jeremy Lambert came out with this because we had the whole conversation, I think, on True Heel Heat this week, as well as our preview for Redemption, where we talked about what could Swerve Strickland do at AEW All In. And Swerve did not show up on last night's show. We brought up the possibility of Swerve versus Darby Allin, Swerve versus Jon Moxley. I think we're getting Swerve versus Jericho.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, I wouldn't mind that. Shit. The point I made earlier, right? I hyped myself up to a degree where I thought that we were going to see some returns and some debuts, and we didn't get any. And when I didn't see Swerve on the show, I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Because TK alluded to, you know, he teased something via the media call, but you know, he's just working us at the end of the day. He still is a freaking promoter. He still is a freaking promoter. So there's that about it. I wouldn't mind Jericho versus Swerve though. I just wonder if I wonder how they would do that, what the story is going to be. So that I think that'll be interesting.
It's an easy one for me. I could see it really easy. It's like, you know, if you want to play into some of the rumors online, you can have Swerve just come out and be like, you got this old motherfucker on TV every week, and I'm home, and he should just kill Jericho. Like, he should come out and just kill Jericho. Jericho's not available every week anyway. He's not there on every Dynamite. You don't need him on every Dynamite. You don't need him overexposed. Kill Chris Jericho. He should come out on Wednesday and fucking murder Chris Jericho. Like he's gone. He should be gone for several weeks. Swerve can talk his shit. He can kill other jobbers for a couple weeks and just keep talking shit about Jericho, keeping that feud alive. And then Jericho could come back like 2 weeks before All In. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually pretty easy to get into it and even give it a step off the bat. Like, they don't even have to, you know, Swerve is the most dangerous guy in AEW. So that's no problem. He can walk out with that chain, kill Chris Jericho, and then I'll challenge you to a fucking death match at All In or whatever the hell the case may be. And they'll go out there and do some wild shit. And people will have to put some respect on the old man Chris Jericho's name.
Again, as he should.
Again.
I'll give Mr. Bondo a chance to respond. He says, TK is to blame for doing this. I didn't say he wasn't, but you were blaming Chris Jericho for the follow-up. Call me Mr. Bondo says, I'm just pointing out the common denominator. We all know that Chris has a hand in creative as well. He has a hand in his creative, not the creative of the person that he just finished a feud with. Right. There is a difference.
Okay, let's chill with the conspiracy theories. Like, he has a hand in his creative, like Sid said. Unless you know something that you know, you making claims like that is a little irresponsible.
Yeah, and basically, I'm gonna put this in perspective for you. So, The Rock was like the biggest star in wrestling in 2000. But also, Rock has a long reputation of being one of the most giving top stars in the history of the industry, especially when he was at his peak in the early 2000s. In the year 2000, he feuded with a young man who was on the rise and being a main eventer, who had all the signs of being a main eventer, in Chris Benoit. He faced him at Fully Loaded and in the main event of Fully Loaded 2000. The next month, Chris Benoit was in a randomly thrown together mid-card matchup with Chris Jericho. So I guess The Rock was to blame for the follow-up for Chris Benoit. You see how that doesn't make any fucking sense? You're welcome. That doesn't make any sense to blame the person they were feuding with for what the company does with them afterwards. That does not make any sense, and it does not matter if they're involved in creative with their creative or not. Yeah. It does not make any sense to blame the person they feuded with.
And Jericho's earned enough cachet in wrestling to be able to have a hand in his fucking creative, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong with that as long as it's not, like, ruining the whole product the way, like Hogan and Bischoff did in TNA, or he's not doing that kind of crap.
I guess Hulk Hogan, it's Hulk Hogan's fault. All this is Hulk Hogan's fault. Hulk Hogan left such a nasty stain on pro wrestling that anytime somebody looks too strong or somebody's getting booked too well or somebody else isn't, someone's calling the shots. He must be backstage being malicious. Normal people don't usually act like Hulk Hogan. People don't usually go backstage and specifically talk down another wrestler. Like, Tony, I don't think you should book Tommaso Ciampa after I beat him. I think you should bury him. That's not even a normal conversation.
There's always got to be someone at AEW that's responsible for issues in the company or whatever. Like, I remember when Cody and Brandy were still there, and people were saying, "Oh, it's Brandy Rhodes' fault that this and that happened." Like, on what fucking planet does that even make any sense? You know, like, where are people getting this crap from?
Yeah, it's true. It is true. I'm trying to give him a chance to respond, but he just keeps saying more ridiculous things. He says, nah, it's Vince. Also, Dwayne didn't have a history of taking someone under their wing and it leading to nothing like Jericho. Who exactly did Jericho take under their wing and it led to nothing? Because if you are referring to Sammy Guevara, I'm sure Sammy Guevara's home and bank account say otherwise. That it did lead to something. And he's a three-time TNT champion.
Like, several opportunities came from him being with Chris Jericho specifically, and
whether to SP3's point, whether or not they do anything with said opportunity, something else completely different, right? On screen, right? Because people's bank accounts can be fat. You can have nice houses, a lot of nice cars, but on TV, Sammy Guevara don't mean a damn thing. And that's just a fact of life right now on AEW.
Well, also,
but that also has nothing to do with Chris Jericho.
Exactly. It doesn't.
Like this is the thing. Like, I think that Mr. Banda is exactly the example of what we're saying across. He has a pre-judgment of Chris Jericho, and he is treating Chris Jericho a lot differently than he does anybody else.
But just this comment, comment is wrong, because one of the, did you forget who he had under his wing at the end of 2020, bro? Did you forget who he wanted Tony with? That's MJF, one of the most valuable people in the company, who benefited directly from spending time with Chris Jericho. I don't know.
Like, that's weird. Darby Allin was one of the people that Chris Jericho wanted to defend the AEW World Championship against first. That's another person that was under Chris Jericho's wing. Because I think you are only thinking of the people that you've seen on TV under his wing, and you're not accounting for the other 100 people, including Swerve fucking Strickland, who we're talking about here. He's under his wing as well. Multiple people who are main offenders have been under Chris Jericho's wing, including Jon fucking Moxley when he was Dean Ambrose. And what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry.
I'm trying to get it too. I'm seriously trying to understand this logic. It's extremely fuzzy, man.
You got us turning into a Jericho defense podcast, bro.
I know, right?
Come on, man. You got to come up with another reason to hate Jericho, because this ain't making too much sense, brother.
Yeah, we want to be here defending Jericho the whole fucking show. It's like, stop saying this.
I'm gonna start singing Judas. Man. I'm gonna start singing Judas. I'm gonna start singing.
He's once again taking the on-screen thing and thinking that that's the start, instead of he saying, I disagree on Max. He was popping before the Chris pairing. He was popping before AEW, because that's when he went under his ring. MJF was not fucking known before AEW. What the fuck are you talking about?
If you watched All In
on beIN Sports, come on,
if you ever watched the original All In, he was like a current jerker that nobody knew. M-Dog 2000 was his opponent, and he was more known than MJF. Like, I didn't know who the fuck MJF was until AEW started, honestly.
Like, when he first got to AEW, he was on like a dual contract with MLW. I think it was just to see what he was going to bring to fucking AEW. You know, he was an unknown quantity, dude.
Yeah, like, it's stunning to me. Like, what are we talking about? Like, MJF becomes under Chris Jericho's wing in the lead up to Full Gear 2019. What the fuck how was MJF popping before fucking November 2019? In what world? In the MLW fan base of 12 people? Congratulations. But anyway, I think we spent too much time on that. Anyway. We go backstage, and we go to the segment that Jay News was alluding to earlier.
Do we have to talk about this?
Yes. AEW Women's World Tag Team Champions Divine Dominion are here with hardcore legend Mick Foley. Divine Dominion offer Foley a seat and tell him to shush. They ask if he has ever seen two women more dominant than they are. Where Foley says that maybe the Crush Gals, but he says not recently. They ask who is left for them to beat. And Foley says there's two ladies who are on a roll right now, and that would be the Brawling Birds. Crossing Baines asks if he truly believes they stand a chance in hell against them. And while he's sitting, he should just bow down while he's down there. Foley starts hilariously barking. They just told him to bow down, and he says, "You mean bow down like bark like a dog?" He says, "Bow down, bow wow wow, bark, woof, woof 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 woof
Same.
woof 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 woof." And then when he finally realized that this is not getting over and nobody's laughing, he says, "Well, back to you guys."
Oh my god!
This might have been one of the worst backstage segments in AEW history.
You get paid to work at this company while Megan Bain and Lena Cross give you orders and you bark and you get to bark back. You guys are looking at this from the wrong direction. I think Mick Foley is having the time of his life.
He's having the time of his
They should
life.
sell that experience at these AEW fan events. I would get online. I want the Mick Foley backstage Divine Dominion treatment. Can get me that shit. I don't know how we got here or what happened, but through that viewpoint, I love this segment because I also would have sat down and barked at the Divine Dominion if they asked me to. All you got to do is ask, ladies, giants. You ever see that episode of Futurama where they get lost on that island with the Amazonians?
Yeah,
Yeah, Mick Foley was living a fucking dream. What are you talking about?
Okay, Chris, what did you think about this?
The less said about it, the better. I know Mick Foley is kind of, he left WWE because of, legitimate political reasons and all that, and he went to AEW, and if this is what they got for him, then, more power to him. I don't know what kind of money he's making there. I'm sure it's pretty good. The segment was a bomb. I don't think every segment he's done since he's been in AEW has been a bomb. So I can forgive it and, try to forget it. But yeah, that's the best I can say about it.
J-News?
And I quote, Mick Foley just had one of the worst endings to a backstage segment ever recorded on an AEW televised event. This is what I text to one of my friends. When he decided to say, after the faux barking, well, this isn't getting over, back to you guys. He said that. Well, this isn't getting over. Back to you, commentary. What just happened? Now, to John's point, right? And I'm gonna be a guy here. That should have been the best goddamn experience of any man's lifetime, by God. But for it to end up like it did, I said to myself, what are we doing here? First of all, those young ladies don't need a moderator. They've been great backstage vignettes by themselves. They've been great live on the mic by themselves. They didn't need the Mick Foley experience. Secondarily, where were the birds? Where were the birds? They needed the pub set up in the back and the whole nine like they've done before to set this matchup going into freaking All In. This was a miss of all misses at the end of the day. The girls didn't have a match. That was freaking bullet number one. The girls didn't have a match on this goddamn show, right? Because they don't have any other competitors in the goddamn division because, as we know, TK doesn't have the mindset or the bandwidth, should I say, for all of the stuff that he needs to have a bandwidth for. And this going the way that it did, man, by God, brother, I get that there's some stuff that's going to end up being bad on TV, but shit, I didn't think it was going to be this. And I hope that they're going to be able to get past this and live this down, but I'm afraid this is going to be a meme of some sort in the very near future.
Oh yeah, it'll live on in infamy.
As it should.
It's going to live long in infamy.
As it should. It should be a meme. It should be a legendary moment for the bird. It should be on TikTok. It should be a TikTok sound.
Jesus, man. I wow, man. I hadn't. Whew. It's been a while since I saw anything that bad. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, beyond the jokes and stuff, to me it looked like they were doing this live, and I don't know what Mick Foley was going for.
Yeah,
but honestly, that's what made me laugh because You sitting there with these beautiful giant women, and you're doing this live segment, and you fucking forget what to say. You just start barking, or you don't know what to say. You just start barking.
Yeah,
Understandable.
I just feel like Mick Foley understood Megan saying bow wow instead of bow down.
Yeah,
and that's why he went the way he went.
He said that online this morning. He was like, it was a misunderstanding.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, Richard.
like, yeah.
Sure, Mick. Sure, Mickey. Mark Davis defending the AEW National Championship against Andrade El Idolo was next. Andrade's got a new entrance with multiple ladies by his side. We get Renee Paquette was ringside pre-match saying that Andrade told her he's already taken out Jake Doyle and Brian Cage, and he'll continue his Don Callis family pilgrimage by beating Davis tonight. The bell sounds, and immediately Andrade clobbers Davis with the spinning back elbow for a very close 2 count. I was so wishing that would have been the 3. Davis immediately, he reverses one move and he's immediately in control. So it's like, damn, you started that matchup like that and he's already in control. Okay. Andrade broke free. He gets a running Hurricane Rana. Andrade kips up when he's making his comeback despite the bad wheel that was worked over by Mark Davis. He took way too long to capitalize, so Davis steamrolls him. He tries for the gut wrench into the power driver, but Andrade reverses it into a reverse neck breaker. We get Davis, who waffles Andrade with the bounce back lariat. He then picks him up for the pull-up power driver, but he's only able to get 2. We get a sleeper on the apron as Andrade gets a jawbreaker to escape. He pulls Davis to the apron with him, and Davis tries for a power driver, but Andrade reverses that into a Hurricane Rana. We get loud how you know chants as Andrade heads to the top rope. He hits a beautiful moonsault over the ring post onto Davis. Back inside, Andrade goes up top. He goes for another moonsault, and he pulls off his bridges to a big pop from the fans. We get Davis, who gets his knees up on another moonsault as he picks him up. Oh, no, on a frog splash. But Andrade gets up. He smokes Davis yet again with the spinning back elbow. And then he finally puts him away, hitting the DM for the 1-2-3 to pick up the victory here. This was another one that went well over 18 minutes. Good matchup. Just was a little too long in the tooth and never hit that great level. Never went to that next gear to make it great. But very good matchup. I gave 3 3/4 stars. They worked hard with one another, but honestly, because they weren't able to hit that great level that I know they are capable of, I was really in retrospect saying, damn, I wish they ended that matchup with the spinning back elbow from the start. Chris?
Yeah, I thought it was a fine match. It was probably about what I expected it to be. And shout out to Andrade, because I keep going back to this, but he could have went back to AEW and TK could have been put him on some ridiculous kind of punishment or whatever that would do nothing but hurt his product too. But they gave him another chance. I hope Andrade appreciates it. I think he's going to get better, and I do think he'll be in world title contention, if not by this time next year, by the next year after that. So I like Andrade. I think he's been hitting nothing but home runs or at least base runs in AEW. So congratulations to him.
John?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I would have appreciated it if he just kind of pinned Mark Davis and got it over with. But also, what does that do for Mark Davis, right? And he's somebody that they just realized they had. I feel like they didn't even know that what they had with Mark Davis until he came back from injury, and it's like, oh, another Fletcher. You guys are both good. This is great. So yeah, I mean, I get it. They didn't want that. That's really the crux of it. They just didn't want Mark Davis to look like a fucking loser. So he went half and half with Andrade. And really, that tends to be the case with all these matches that go extra long. It's just Tony he doesn't want the loser to look like a loser. So they'll get their shit in, and they'll lose by the skin of their teeth, and they still have a chance. They could have won. He could have won. So yeah, it is what it is. Andrade gets the win. His theme song before was perfect, so I wasn't very happy that he has the new music or whatever. But I get that they're kind of shifting all the way into his gimmick now, because it kind of came out of nowhere. So now we're just gonna go. He's got yachts and women and all this good shit now. That's all great. His new song is not nearly as bad as Kevin Knight's new song, so I will leave this one. I'll let him rock with that one. Like, you can have this. You don't have to fucking slow motion your walk down the ramp just to act like we're making this music work. So you're good, bro. You're fine. Apparently these two songs were made by someone who's not Mikey Ruckus. Yeah. Which I don't know if that means they're moving away from Mikey or
no. Mikey's working on something else.
He's
like a different music project right now. But to your point, John, about the Jets theme song, and we'll get there. Not the right choice. I actually like the new Andrade track, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I love it. I love the new entrance and everything.
Yeah, you could tell that they were both produced by different people. At the end of the day, just the musicality alone, I knew the women were coming eventually. They teased it the week before, I think, on TV, and then they went all in with it or whatever.
I loved it. I loved it how they did it with the women spread out, where it looked like he was bagging each of them one by one. That was cool.
And then he still had the baddie at ringside.
He had
5 women. This is crazy. And then finally Aubrey got took a liking to Andrade by the end of the match.
He's gonna steal Aubrey too. We've got to have a segment where they specifically make a rule that Aubrey can't referee Andrade matches anymore because he's too charismatic.
She's in love.
Sorry.
Oh man.
I remember mentioning too, like, I don't know if it was on this show or one of the other shows, but Andrade had come out that week with the 2 Latinas with him, and then he had the other girls in the audience, and I was like, damn, man, he's just missing some chocolate. And this week he remedied it. I was like, hell yeah.
There we go.
Good stuff. He got all flavors. I love it. I love everything about it. And like I said, I don't even know. I don't have no memory of the actual theme music because I was just mad that they changed it. Meanwhile, Kevin Knight's left a bad stain in my brain. So like I said, it can't be nearly as bad as that. So like I'm sure I'll get over it. But damn, that was good music he had already.
Yeah, they have a sample of the horns from Andrade's past music in the new music or whatever. So I think it'll take some getting used to, but I like the first listen. From a match standpoint, it was a good match, like Chris said. My worry is what happens to Mark Davis from here. I said that they'll probably put him back with Doyle to do the tag team thing, but it's like it worked the first time around, unless they become tag team champions. It's like that. I don't necessarily, how's it all going to start over?
I think he lost Doyle. I think they put Doyle with
Cage.
Cage. Yeah. I think that's a dead dream for him. But they didn't have him lose in 30 seconds. So I feel like they've got something. I'm sure that the idea that they don't want him to disappear, like they don't want him to be a jobber. I guess he'll take that for now because you weren't in the plans. Like you were. No. It was luck. So I'm sure. Unfortunately, I think he is going to kind of fall to the wayside a little bit now, but I think he's going to remain on the top of the list of people to get cycled in when the space opens up.
That's fair. But yeah, Andrade's a freaking star. My hope is that he gets featured on Grand Slam Mexico. That's my hope. Because I know that he himself has never had issue with CMLL, but I know his compadres have. So it's like it's one of those things where it's like I don't necessarily know how it's all going to work out in the next 2 weeks. So we'll see.
He's been back to Arena Mexico post the Rougeau issues. So I think they're fine.
He was in Arena Mexico in 2023.
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough. I forgot. All right.
Yeah. But Let's go into backstage segment. We hear from Speedball Mike Bailey after his win in the ladder match earlier in the show, and he talks about the international title shot. Lexi Nair asks him when is he calling his shot, and Bailey congratulates Andrade for taking the title from the Callis family and says that this is one of the best nights of his life as he lived the dream standing on top of the ladder in front of his people, his family, and friends. Bailey says that he's calling his shot for August 5th, AEW Grand Slam Mexico. He and Kyle Fletcher have one win apiece between them, and he says the third time is a charm, and he's feeling lucky, so he's heading to Mexico to see if he could become the new international championship. Good promo by Speedball. Him talking about how the international title was the first title he ever went after. It actually sold me on it being a possibility he could win this one. But I know he won't. But that led into the semi-main event of the show. Thekla defending the AEW Women's World Championship against the number one contender, Willow Nightingale. We get Mercedes Monè watching this matchup from the suite above the ring. We get a big match intro from Justin Roberts. The bell sounds, and we immediately get a spine buster and punches and bunches from Willow. She fires off some corner punches until Thekla chop blocks her knee and then wails at her back. We get a misdirect pounce that launches Thekla outside. She's lit up with some chops as Thekla calls for a timeout, but instead Nightingale gives her a vertical suplex on the floor. Thekla is able to get back into things after Nightingale misses a cannonball, and Thekla responds with the curb stomp on the floor. Back inside, Thekla starts working over Willow's ear as her ear is all stitched up from the angle on Dynamite, so she starts ripping at it. Nightingale bit her way free from a lockjaw attempt from Thekla. Then we get Thekla, who tried a charging knee to the ear while on the apron, but got smoked by a Willow lariat. Series of clotheslines back inside gets Willow back in control. She pulls Thekla up by her ear and then wails away with some corner punches and shotgun drop kicks. We get Thekla who forces her way back into the fight. We get Nightingale who traps Tekla's legs. She bit at her ear to get free, does Thekla. We get more clotheslines and bunches from Willow, but Thekla responds with a drop toe hold into a Muda lock, which looked really good. She forces Nightingale to smile in the process, which was funny. She's telling her smile anyway. We get Thekla who goes back to the ear. Nightingale rolled to the apron where she pulled Thekla out with her. Thekla fought out of a DVD into a DDT and spiked Nightingale. We get Thekla who goes up top and hits a flying crossbody, but she's only able to get two. Nightingale hits her with a snap sunset flip for two, then a DVD for another 2 count. We get Thekla who avoided the doctor bomb. She got a roll up and her hands on the rope, but referee Mike Posey caught her. Nightingale catches her, though, with a spine buster. She pulls Willow into position, and she goes for a moonsault, but no one is home. Willow goes for a spear, but she goes right into the Babe with the power bomb. Willow goes for the cover. 1, 2. Sky Blue comes out, and right in front of the referee, puts Tekla's foot on the bottom rope. This causes the breakup, but Willow goes after Sky. She squashes her at ringside and absolutely murders her with the doctor bomb on the floor. That had to fucking suck. She comes back inside and Thekla catches her with the spear. She goes for the curb stomp, but Willow is able to move out the way. She gets her into the backslide. 1, 2, 3. Willow Nightingale is your new AEW Women's World Champion. Great win, great moment for Willow. No one deserves this more. And I thought the ladies worked really hard and had a great matchup together. I thought that they got the crowd involved in things. We had dual chants. We had the crowd very much into Willow and her getting the win here. I thought that they got more and more into Thekla as she performed throughout the matchup. And I thought that the finish came out of a surprise, but I like the fact that Willow has a signature roll-up type of way to win. I loved it when Bryan Danielson had the small package in his ROH days. I love the big package with Timeless Tony Storm, Bret Hart with the reversal of the sleeper into the pin, and Willow with the backslide. I love when babyface top stars have that type of roll up that gets the job done for them. But thanks to Willow's win, she, of course, moves on. She will face Mercedes Monè for the AEW Women's World Championship at All in London. We get the fireworks display. We get the Conglomeration coming out to celebrate with her. She holds up her championship while Mercedes from the suite holds up the Owen Hart Foundation Tournament Championship. We get the graphic on screen, and we get Orange giving Willow her own custom backpack as she puts the women's title in it, and the Conglomeration do a collective high five. It was announced during the post-media scrum that Willow Nightingale will have a celebration for her AEW Women's World Title win this Wednesday on Dynamite. Like I said, I thought these two ladies worked really hard together, and I thought it was another back-to-back great pay-per-view matches from Thekla to end off her run. So I'm going to give it 4.25 stars. My biggest nitpick to all of this is that this was a perfect opportunity to have the ladies main event, because then it would have meant more when Willow won. I felt like Willow winning made me happy, but not as happy as I originally thought I would be, because of the quick and kind of rushed build to this matchup, and also the feeling of Thekla being done dirty, because it's been a while since we've seen a woman get over to this degree this fast in AEW, and I feel like Thekla deserves a big matchup. And I know they could still do that without her being in the Women's World Championship matchup, but there's going to be a kind of a inherent kind of bad feeling to it because of how great Thekla has been the last couple of months. But hats off to Willow. Willow versus Mercedes is the biggest matchup they could possibly give us, so I have no issue with it otherwise. John?
Yeah, the backslide pin I thought was real good. I thought it was interesting. I thought it worked better than pinning Thekla after the babe with the power bomb, especially considering how people feel about Thekla right now. How I feel about Thekla right now. I love Thekla. But I mentioned on the preview, this was time. It was time for Willow to win. Willow could not lose this match. Like, this was just, Thekla's going to be okay. Willow would not have been okay after a loss like this. So it was, everything happened the way it should have happened. The match was great. Thekla looked great. Sky Blue came out, did her little part. Julia's in Japan. Everything is exactly the way it should be. When I'm thinking about Thekla All In now, I'm thinking, like, what would you have her do? And I remember we were talking about the Stardom element, how that's still hanging there. They stole a title from Stardom, and I was thinking they would bring someone from Stardom to face her at All In, and that could still be the possibility they have Fury. But then I consider they're bringing in Kairi, most likely, right? So yes. You could do Kairi versus Thekla at All In for the same reason, if you want to associate her with, like, if you want it to be that way. I don't know if
she could just make the challenge to a Stardom legend, and then you could finish off the Stardom versus Thekla story and have Kairi beat her at All In, and you're putting over a Stardom legend that's actually signed to AEW.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, everything works out perfectly, and they're both gonna have a really good match. Like, that's gonna be really fucking good.
I kind of want them to do it like an open challenge, because I feel like that's a bigger stamp of approval for Thekla if she has to do the whole build herself. Just cut promos, shit on Stardom, do a segment with Toru Okada, and that's how we build to it. And we don't reveal that it's Kairi until Wembley.
She's going to actually put a gun to Toru Okada's head in the middle of Wembley Stadium. I will kill him right now.
That's so funny. What did you think of the match, though? In general, Thekla.
Yeah, the work was great. The fucking work in the ears was hilarious to me.
Yes.
Because I used to get my ear pulled by my grandmother. I haven't seen that in a while. I was like, oh shit. I should have used that as a parenting technique. It never occurred to me, but seeing it there, I was like, damn, I think I missed an opportunity.
He's like, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. Man. Chris?
Yeah, I like this match a lot. I was actually thinking Thekla was gonna win. And that's just the thing with when you have such a great, awesome women's roster or roster period in AEW, somebody is gonna have to be the odd woman out, and I do agree with both you and John that Willow and Mercedes is the bigger match just because of all the history surrounding both of them. But Thekla has stepped up, man. She's been entertaining. Like I said, she was the funniest thing in that press conference I went to last month. She's just great. And yeah, it's the match was. I thought the match did what it needed to do. Whether you wanted Thekla to win or not, the title, Thekla is established now. That title reign did what it was supposed to do for her. So I think there's a lot to be happy about with that. I don't think she's leaving the main event scene anytime soon. Yeah, man, shout out to Willow because, she went through a lot this year. It was questionable if she would even make it to Wembley. And it looks like she's going to be there in one of their biggest matches in one of the greatest women's wrestlers and with one of the greatest women's wrestlers in the world. So it's I'm looking forward to Wembley.
Yeah, and Willow makes history, the first ever AEW Triple Crown Women's Champion. Dave News, what did you think?
Yeah, I'm like John said, I found the backslide pin for the win a little surprising. But it's interesting. It leaves wiggle room for storytelling elements in the future if need be and whatnot. The match itself I thought was terrific. They worked very well together. They worked, like you said, they worked hard together as well. And we've been waiting for this opportunity for Willow for a while now. She's their 2016 version of Bayley, really. And it's one of those things where that organic babyface momentum that she's had, that she has never lost, even when having downtime with injury or whatever have you. AEW was able to pull the trigger on it, and it worked. The moment was great. And now we know we're going to get her versus Mercedes at All In. I know that there are some in the belief that it's not just going to be Mercedes versus Willow at All In. I'm not sure how I feel about that per se, but I'm just counting on the one-on-one for now. Thekla could do other stuff, like John said. I know that the belief is that Kairi will join AEW. Yet again, you guys know more than I do, so I don't know what the hell's going on there.
She signed with Barry Bloom, which is basically like a foregone conclusion at that. When you sign with Barry Bloom, it just literally that's the portal to AEW.
Yeah, for sure.
Last time she left WWE, she had kind of avoided AEW, but that's because in mind she had wanted to go back to WWE. I think the way they got rid of her this time, I do not believe she has that in mind anymore.
The first sign was when she started following Tony on social media. That caught everybody's eye. Everybody was like, interesting.
Hey, listen, she was the top girl in Stardom for a long period of time when she was there. Her and Io, and when she left, it left Stardom with a void at the end of the day. So for them to have a Stardom legend, quote unquote, to come out and basically take up that Stardom mantle and beat up or have a match against Thekla makes all the sense in the world. So that would still give Thekla a featured match on All In. Would I have preferred Thekla to still be AEW Women's Champion going into All In? Yes. But as long as it's still featured, it's not, it doesn't diminish anything at the end of the world. Should I say. But I thought that the match was good. The girls gave it their all. And, I wanted to bring up this point because it still sits with me. I never understood the hate on Tekla's in-ring ability when she was in Japan. I just never got it. I didn't understand it, and I'm never going to accept it because she's tremendous, dude. And more power to Willow at the end of the day. She's gonna. Unfortunately, this title run's not gonna be a long one but the moment matters at the end of the day. So that's where we're at with this right now. So we're gonna enjoy it for what we have it, and hopefully the build is a good one towards All In. Because sometimes if Mercedes has to miss TV or whatever have you, things might not be as cohesive as they should. Hopefully, it's a good run for the next 5 weeks for both the ladies.
Indeed. All right, it is time to talk about the main event. Final call for super chat donations. Also, if you haven't already, drop the thumbs up, share this video, subscribe if you are new. We are here every single month with previews and reviews for every major WWE, AEW, New Japan, and TNA show. We do also other promotions as well, but let us know that in the comments if you want us to do any other promotions, previews, and reviews for other major shows. But sound off there and let us know what you thought about AEW Redemption. And finally, it is time for the main event. AEW World Championship up for grabs. Can it? By God, Omega defends the title for the first time in his second reign against TNT champion Kevin the Jet Knight. Kevin Knight comes out with a new theme song that John has said he really hated. Knight attacks Omega during the introduction and then choked him with his own wrist tape. Omega's able to fight back when the match kicks off officially with some knife-edge chops. Big time drop kick from Knight gives him the advantage again, and he zones in on the midsection with some body shots. Omega floats over in the corner into a snap hurricane rata. He ramps up the Terminator dive, but Knight cuts him off with the kitchen sink and a clothesline outside. Slingshot cross body flattens Omega as he repeatedly smashes Omega's head into the commentary table. We get Knight, who backflipped off the barricade and sprung off of the commentary table for a huge clothesline on Omega. Omega misses a senton, and Knight connects with a leaping splash for 2. We get Knight, who starts targeting the left leg and posing, allowing for Omega to pick the ankle, forcing Knight to scramble to the ropes. We get the crowd loudly chanting, "Speedball's better. Speedball's better." Omega mounts the comeback. He goes for the "you can't escape." He goes for the moonsault, but Knight gets his knees up. We get Omega, who wants a one-ring angel after clobbering Knight with a poison Rana and a V-trigger. Knight rolls out and misses a lariat. Omega connects with the Snapdragon. He wants another on the apron, and he gets it. He brings the fight to the commentary table now, and he looks for a third and more impactful Snapdragon, and he's able to hit that on the commentary table. Omega politely actually handed over the monitors to Excalibur before doing that. He drank some water, and then back inside you get Omega, who told Knight he'll never be him, before taking his knee off, taking his knee and taking a Knight's head off with a V trigger. We get the crowd, who loudly starts chanting, "One more time, one more time, one more time." We get Omega, who kindly obliges. He then connects with a power bomb, which Knight quickly floats over and rolls through with the DDT flush. We get Omega with a Foley style pull-up power driver, which gets him a 2 count. Knight leaped right up and then bit Omega and slipped to the apron. He repositioned for a wild springboard sunset flip bomb. Then he high stack palmed Omega. Then we get Omega, who gets a high stack bomb. He hits a V trigger and he gets a near fall. Omega brings Knight back in the corner, and he goes up for a avalanche snap power driver, but Knight is able to fight his way out. He traps Omega into the Tree of Woe, and he goes up to the top rope, and he connects with the coast-to-coast drop kick, and he gets a near fall, hurting Omega's shoulder in the process. This turns into a scrap later on in the contest, out as Omega starts boxing with Knight, and Knight don't got no type of hands for Omega in this one. We get referee Bryce, who checks on Omega at one point as Knight. He starts limping. He goes outside to grab both the world title and TNT championship. He hides the TNT title under the ring skirt. He made Bryce go to fetch the world title, and he misses the TNT title shot. He then connects with the crash landing. He throws away the evidence. He gets the cover, and Knight's only able to get a very close 2 count. We get Knight, who quickly goes up top for the UFO splash, but Omega gets his knees up. We get Knight, who then flips out of a one-wing angel. He tries for a leaping clothesline, but Omega clobbers him with the V trigger. He then picks him up. One-wing angel gets the 1-2-3. Excellent main event matchup. I thought Knight came in with urgency, intensity, and aggression in this one, showing that he can go toe-to-toe with the best wrestler in the world. But Omega fucking dominated this matchup. I think this is one of the most one-sided AEW world title main events that we've seen in the history of this fucking company, and it was the right choice because no one believed Knight was going to win. So I think they went the right route with having Omega come across as the world beater, the best wrestler in the company, and just outclassed Knight in this matchup. So it told a superb story as well. Kenny Omega retains the AEW World Championship, but that is not the end of the night. The Death Riders come out and attack Omega. It's a 4-on-1 assault as Claudio, Garcia, Yuta, and Pac all jump Omega. We get them placing a steel chair around his neck. The Young Bucks rush out, but they are quickly beaten down by the numbers. We get Claudio looking like he's about to Pillmanize Omega when none other than Will Ospreay appears, and he steps in front of Claudio. He tells the Death Riders to stop. Yuta tries to pull the fucking all-out 2024 shit as he hugs Ospreay and gives Claudio the thumbs up to go for the stomp. But Ospreay saw it coming, and he bum rushes Claudio, knocking him over. He takes the steel chair off of Omega's neck, and he swings at the Death Riders, who bail from the ring. Moxley calmly and smoothly steps into the ring with his hands behind his back, showing that he's not here to fight. Ospreay is incredibly conflicted as Moxley slowly takes the chair away from him. Moxley tells Ospreay he needs to make a tough decision, and he brings out the plastic bag, which Ospreay finally comes to, and he's like, oh shit, I'm in the Taliban. I'm in Al-Qaeda. Oh fuck. He remembers what they did to Bryan Danielson with the bag. You get the Montreal fans who are chanting, no, no, no. Ospreay is contemplating it, but then finally Ospreay looks like he's in front of Omega and he's going to use the bag. It takes him a while, but he's finally able to rip the bag apart. He slowly turns back around to Moxley, who is basically bad-mouthing him, telling him he made the wrong choice. And he pops the Death Riders leader with a big forearm, sending Moxley flying from the ring. Shafir, Yuta, Garcia, and Castagnoli all low-bridged by Ospreay. Ospreay takes out Pac with the hidden blade. Moxley is restraining Claudio from going in with a steel chair as Taz questions. This is how Ospreay treats the Death Riders after all they've done for him. Ospreay throws away the arm pad that had the Death Riders patch on it, and before he spots the AEW World Title as the Death Riders leave through the crowd. He picks up the AEW World Championship. He hands it over to Omega. Omega picks up the remnants of the plastic bag, questioning what Ospreay was doing because he didn't see any of it. Ospreay holds out the world title, saying that he couldn't do that to Omega. Omega grabs the world title. We have a brief bit of resistance from Will as Omega and Will shake hands. They decide to celebrate together as Omega suggests that they pose on the ropes. They pose once on the ropes together, and then Omega suggests that Ospreay take his corner and he'll go to the other corner. The camera focuses on Ospreay posing on the left corner, but then all of a sudden, it's like we're back in 2016 all over again as Omega gives Ospreay the fucking AJ Styles treatment and hits him with a one-wing angel out of nowhere. The same way he turned on Styles and created the Elite, he turns on Ospreay, basically bringing up the plastic bag, saying that you were going to use this on me. You thought about using it on me. What the hell, Will? He picks up the AEW World Championship. He poses over Ospreay's body. You get the Young Bucks who are coming in the ring, basically questioning Omega on why he just did that. But then Omega says, fuck all of that. Let's pose. Let's do our elite pose. And we close the show with the elite standing tall. Omega still the AEW World Champion, and the Young Bucks, the number one contenders for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. But it is official at All In. It will be Kenny by God Omega versus Will Ospreay for the AEW World Championship. Love the matchup. Like I said before, Kevin Knight and Kenny Omega was tremendous. I gave the match 4 3/4 stars. A great star-making style performance for Kevin Knight, who proved he could stand toe-to-toe, but he also proved that he's a long ways away from being a world champion. Because, like I said, Kenny Omega outclassed him and beat the shit out of him for much of this matchup. I love that match. But the post-match angle is even better. It's even better because we booked it here on True Heel Heat. This is exactly what they needed to do. They needed to solve the Omega-Moxley partnership in the alliance with the Death Rider. They did that. They gave Ospreay some fucking agency for the first time in this story, where he chose his friendship and realized he's with the cult, turned against the cult, stood tall, beat the whole cult by himself, didn't need Omega's help. And then Omega's turn makes so much sense because Omega didn't see any of that. So he's just putting 1 and 2 together. Will said that it's you and me now. So I'm telling you, I will pull the trigger. I will not hesitate to pull the trigger. And I did so here, hitting you with that one-wing angel. This was as perfect as a post-match angle as they could have to set things in motion for the story heading into All In. So a 5-star angle with a 4 3/4 star main event. Great way to close this show. J News.
Yeah, the match did exactly what I thought it was going to do. It was gonna. I figured and expected it to be a banger, and it was a banger. I expected it to elevate Kevin Knight. That's exactly what it did. Let me concentrate on what John spoke about earlier. That new entrance theme is horrific. I don't know what the hell AEW production team and the music team was thinking. That is god awful, and he needs to do something different. Go back to your old theme, and I know it's more babyface like than it is heel like, but this new one just doesn't work for anybody. Don't ever walk out that slow to the ring again. You're not the bad guy, so let's chill with that. And let's do something different there. But Kevin in the ring, Kevin from a selling standpoint, Kevin from an athletic standpoint, shined in this match. There's no doubt about it.
He's such a great bumper. I said this about the Darby match on Wednesday, but he was even better here.
Dude, Kevin Knight is a star in the making. This was his main event test, and he passed with flying colors. He is part of the future of AEW, without question, without a doubt. Kenny, by God Omega, how dare you, sir? How dare you? I think that always mentioning Kenny Omega in the lights of the greatest to ever do it gets overlooked a lot of the time. But for him to harken back to a Bullet Club moment that happened over a decade ago, to put Will down, I said to myself, God damn, this dude is good. This dude is too good. And
no one thinks about pro wrestling like Kenny Omega.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone. Yeah, I agree with you there. No one thinks about pro wrestling like he does. And I agree with what Dion said. I don't think Kenny turned full on heel here. This is just more one of those instances where, yeah, there was a misunderstanding. I think we spoke about this earlier when in the Bucks match. It happened here as well when the Bucks came out during the celebration. They were a bit confused, like SP3 was saying, at what Kenny did, because they even explained it to Kenny like he didn't put the bag over your head, dude. Like he ripped it. Like, what was the need for this? You know what I'm saying?
Like, that was so unnecessary.
But Will, after the fact, after Kenny and the Bucks walked out and Will was walking away, he said game on, and he posted it online and everything else in between. So it's like Will's ready, he's game, he's ready to go, he knows what he needs to do. Yet again, to the point of what's going to happen with Will and the Death Riders, That's a little nebulous still. But that's not necessarily, at least in my opinion, in my eyes, it's not necessarily a bad thing either. So, but this meant the main event between Kenny and Will at All In is going to be freaking fantastic. What they'll do with their story going forward, I think is pretty much, it's evident, but I wonder if they'll take any twists and turns throughout the next couple of weeks with it. So we'll see how that all unfolds. But fantastic match here. Where does Kevin go from here is a question in my eyes, because he is the TNT champion.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah,
he's pretty clear. He's got Darby, because Darby said he's not done with him on Collision.
Right, that's true. That's right. You're right about that, because I didn't see, Darby wasn't on the show, so it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I forget at times. So yeah. So Darby's up next. That makes all the sense in the world there. And yeah, man, just to not start making performance, but just solidifying Kevin in that echelon on the AEW ladder was definitely a good decision there by CK. And we'll see how it all continues to break down going toward All In.
Man, Kenny Omega's crowd control was amazing. When he tells the crowd to shh, be quiet, before he hits the knee, and he's like, "You're not on my level," and just nails him with it. I was like, yo, this guy is the best wrestler we've seen all night. On a night full of some of the best wrestlers in the world, Kenny Omega was the best last night in that matchup. John?
Like we talked about before, man, there are probably a lot of objective issues people have in the way that the telling of this Jon Moxley, Will Ospreay, Death Rider story leading into the world title matches affect ticket sales, and the potential of like Will Ospreay having this crazy traditional babyface momentum behind him heading into the big show of the year. But at the end of the day, when it comes to my own satisfaction, my personal enjoyment, this story has been great. This story it's been very different from the things you see in pro wrestling. AEW tends to do that with their storytelling. It doesn't really match the traditional storytelling. When they do long, good fucking stories, when them stories fucking land, you'll notice they don't really follow the track of traditional professional wrestling stories. If you look at Hangman's, the first Redemption, and then the second one, those didn't really follow traditional wrestling stories. The fact that he even got a second Redemption story, it's just a whole different way of telling stories that they have in AEW, and sometimes it doesn't land. But when it fucking lands, shit, when those moments hit, it's undeniable. Last night, that angle right there, I love that shit. I loved everything about it. I loved how Kenny reacted to Will Ospreay's choices. I love that Will Ospreay just took too long with that bag in his hands. Like, why would you even consider it? I should kill you for even fucking thinking about it. I love that shit. I love that. I love the way they tell stories in this company. And you know what? If they don't sell more than 30,000 tickets at Wembley, that'll be for Tony Khan to figure out next year. But
hey, they're already up to 35K.
Look at that shit. They were at 29 for so long, and now we're at 35. Listen, man, wherever this ticket number ends up at, that's for Tony Khan to deal with. I mean, they got more than enough for me. There's a lot of people there. They're going to make a lot of noise, and that means that my enjoyment is going to be just fine. So when that show happens and when that story ends, I'll be able to really give my final thought on it. But as of today, as of right now, as of that angle, as of the way they've done things so far, I've loved this shit. I am in love with this storyline. I don't know where it's going. I'm not able to predict it perfectly the way I want to. Not until we get right through it. Not until they give us all the information already. Like I wouldn't have been able to call last night's heel turn if I didn't have all the pieces they gave me already, because I just didn't know how the fuck we were getting there. And honestly, I like that. I like that a lot. I know a lot of people. I noticed some people don't like to feel worked. Like they feel like they want to get. I gotta get ahead of it. I gotta figure it out. I don't want them to get me. I like being worked. It's so hard to work me now that if you finally do get it, like if you catch me off guard and it works and it isn't just a swerve for swerve's sake, it's like, look, hey, good job, good fucking job. So as far as that story is being told, I can only give a good job for now. When it ends, we'll see what my final thought is. But for now, this shit is awesome. Kevin Knight, went out there tonight or last night, and it wasn't the kind of match I thought it was going to be for sure. I guess AEW just doesn't do that kind of dominant performance very much, so I didn't see it coming. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
oh,
like I said, this was the most one-sided AEW World Title match on pay-per-view ever.
And one of the things people complain about all the time is the back and forth. It's too much back and forth. It's 50-50. It shouldn't be 50-50. Well, you know what? It fucking wasn't. Kenny Omega is your world champion. Kevin Knight is the TNT champion, and that was made very clear. Kenny Omega is that guy, and Kevin Knight was not that guy on this night. But it was his job to not be that guy, and he did his job perfectly. So when it comes to Tony Khan knowing that he has someone who can do the things that he needs them to do, Kevin Knight's passed that test. That is originally what he got out of Swerve. That's what made Swerve so big. Swerve was able to do whatever Tony Khan wanted him to do, and that's what made him world champion. Kevin Knight is going to have his moment. This is great.
Dion saying this feels like it's more so leading to an Ospreay heel turn. Since Kenny did that, he's gonna believe that Moxley was right about not hesitating. Why do y'all always have feelings that is like the worst possible direction to go? Like they changed, they averted course, and y'all still think we're heading towards the worst possible version of this story. It's hilarious. Chris, what did you think about last night's main event? And
before I get to that, Ospreay is their anointed one. He's not turning heel. That'd just be astronomically stupid to do right now. It'd make no fucking sense for all the blood, sweat, and tears they've put into this guy to get him to this point, to have him go to Wembley and then finally be like, yeah, I'm a bad guy now. It makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah, I was worried for a second when he had the chair in front of Moxley. I thought he was going to turn around and hit Omega, and I was going to have to shit on AEW this whole entire review. I'm so happy they didn't go that route.
Right, yeah. So, but anyway, the match was a fine match. I think, like, Kevin Knight is kind of in that position that John Cena was some 20-some years ago, 20-some years ago, where he was still a bad guy in WWE, still a heel, and he was starting to come up, but still not quite there. And they put him in a main event with Brock Lesnar just to kind of test the waters. I'm not saying Kevin Knight is John Cena level, but it was important for him to do this main event match to kind of test the waters, and to see what he could become. So that was the importance of that. And yeah, he just kind of got thrusted into this main event scene. He was a good guy a couple months ago. There's no logical reason why he should be like even coming close to Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega should be whipping his ass, because that is, if you're telling the story of Kenny Omega being one of your GOATs and one of the greatest of all time, one of your top guys, your top guy in the company, your legendary face, he needs to be winning this match, and he needs to win dominantly. So that out the way, the match was really, really good. I like the post match, and Kevin Knight's going to be on his way. Let me say that as well. I like the post match stuff. I don't think Ospreay is necessarily an idiot. I think it's a human thing to not want to watch a motherfucker get his neck broken. So that I respect that. I think I'm interested to see what's going to happen on Wednesday. I really am. And like you guys were saying, the ticket sales, when I was looking at Thurston and Keller and Meltzer, and they were still at 29,000, I was like, how are they going to get ticket sales up? And you just said they're at 35,000. How much? Is it a 60,000 seat arena? The Wembley one?
It's like 80. It's like
80,000.
80,000.
Okay, so yeah, so
the goal for this year has been 40.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard for months, is that 40 is the goal. They did a 50% off ticket sale around the same time that they did the Omega title change. And then they've gone up by like 9,000 seats since then.
Yeah, and they'll get 40,000, and also they still have other things they can tease on this show. I don't know legally how much you can tease the New Day debuting at Wembley, or one of the 8 guys.
They gotta just take our other idea. They already took one idea from our preview. Our other idea was they need to do New Day vignettes and teasers on screen. They need to do vignettes of like the sun coming up, and then you see a rainbow form. You see a unicorn just going around playing a trombone. You can see we'll see Edge and Christian find a trombone. We'll see the Young Bucks find a plate of pancakes. So like that's how they need to tease it. They need to don't say it, but tease it as much as you can.
And I think if they do all that stuff, they'll be fine for Wembley. And yeah, man, it was just great storytelling by AEW. I'm looking forward to Wednesday's show. Last month, I wasn't, even though the pay-per-view I thought was awesome, I wasn't really like, it didn't really get me excited about the Wednesday show the way this show did. So I'm looking forward to see what happens in the future. And, shout out to Night, shout out to Omega. I like how the turn by Omega at the end of this show felt kind of unplanned. Like it was kind of like a decision that he made once he saw everything that was going on. And like you said, Sid, from his point of view, this guy was, thinking of doing some nefarious things to him, so I like it from that point of view. It kind of reminds me of when Dominic Mysterio, when you thought he was going to turn heel in the match and he didn't, but then at the end of the show he did. It was, it was one of those kind of things, and I like unexpected stuff like that. But like you said, you guys called it, but I mean, for a lot of the masses, they probably didn't see it coming. And man, it's going to be a great Wembley show, man, and I'm looking forward to it. And I thought this was a fine show by AEW.
Talking about Wembley, I mean, last year's Wembley show was one of the greatest shows AEW's ever done, as far as like getting people
Wembley. All in.
I mean, last year's All In, but I just kind of used the term interchangeably, I guess. As far as getting people emotionally attached, like people were like, the show was top tier in ring wise, but it was the emotional attachment that really had everyone going crazy. So how the fuck do you get this year's All In to even touch last year's emotional attachment? Because I know the people in that building are going to be excited. I mean, it's Will Ospreay. He's going to win the title in Wembley. He's going to bring it home or whatever. I'm not British. I don't give a fuck about beans or whatever they eat in the morning. I don't care about that shit. I like Will Ospreay, but him winning the title is such a foregone conclusion that I'm like, what are we going to do? Like, how are you going to get people to care about this beyond just the normal AEW pay-per-view? This is going to be great attitude.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think go ahead, Seth. Sorry about that.
No, I was gonna say I think they've done that with this for better or worse. Like there is issues with the Moxley Ospreay Death Rider storyline, but last night you could tell the fans all wanted Ospreay to turn against the Death Riders. So the fans were solely behind Ospreay, and Omega got heat when he hit the One Wing Angel on him. So if we see Omega going more and more into his old self, into his old belt collector self in the weeks leading up to All In, I think that's how we're gonna get that type of kind of like connection with the fans and wanting to see Ospreay beat Omega for the title.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big test. I'm interested in them making it happen. I mean, we've already got a hook. We're excited for Wednesday. Let's keep that shit going. You know, I don't think we should have Dynamites that end with a victory, like with the dude holding his hand up, like I just won this match, and that's the end of the show. Like we should not be having any of those over the next 4 weeks.
It should be straight angles, building this shit up. Yeah.
I think I think the thing that this show was missing, the Wembley show, it was missing stakes, you know. Like one of the things that what's the English guys, James Romero, who, you know, I don't always agree with, but one thing he did say was I think that the show was probably missing stakes that it needed to happen, and they do have a clearly defined hero in the match, or a guy that you want to be the hero in the match now. And I think that's going to make for a better show. I think now that we know Kenny, because now Kenny Omega could be the desperate old guy that's like trying to hold on to his spot and his title and all that. And you could tell that story and get him to the point where he starts like kind of turning on the Young Bucks, you know, where he starts going a little bit crazy, where he starts losing himself a little bit, you know.
But if he rubs off more on the Young Bucks, that also helps the Coping Cage build up as well. So I think that's what they're going to lean towards, is the Elite being the subtle heels heading into All In, not officially.
I call them situational heels. That's the way AEW does it. Is like, if you need to be a heel in this match, you're a heel. If you need to be a face, you're a face. It's just how they do it.
Yeah. But that is all. The one question I have before we give our ratings on the show is that Jon Moxley is one of the biggest like characters coming out of last night's show, but he is the one, like, out of all the top stars, he's the one that his whatever he's doing at All In is not clear whatsoever right now. Like, we know what Omega and Ospreay is doing. We know what Mercedes and Willow is doing. We even know top mid-card guys that are fringe main eventers, like Kyle Fletcher, Kazuchika Okada, Nosuke Takeshita. They'll be involved in some matchup together. We've already said, like, maybe Swerve will be in there against Darby. Maybe it'll be against Jericho. We've come up with a couple of different scenarios. And like you said, Jay News, you brought up Kevin Knight. Kevin Knight has something natural to go to with Darby Allin, or he could even do something with Speedball. Jon Moxley has no clear opponent and not even like clear options for All In. Who is Jon Moxley facing at All In? That's
my prediction was very, very easy, because the last person the last person Swerve had an interaction with on television was Will Ospreay and the Death Riders. Those nosy motherfuckers. They were out there cheering this dude on. I had him beat. Like, I had him beat, and all of a sudden his fucking daddy comes out here and all he's got superpowers and shit. He should have a problem with those people. I think Swerve Strickland should have an issue with Jon Moxley at this moment for being nosy, for being in his business, and for if he's a heel, so heels tend to be a little delusional, for costing him that fucking match against Will Ospreay. I would have won if it wasn't for you fucking fake terrorist motherfucker. I'll show you a real terrorist. I don't know. I think both of those guys are missing someone big, so I'd put them together like that, and I just saw that they had that story connection from Forbidden Door that you don't have to spend too much time building on. The hatred is right there. You can throw it out. You can just get right into the heat.
The only issue is that they're both heels.
Yeah, but this is
AEW. That anyway.
They don't. That's my point. Is that this is AEW? They have never done a heel versus heel major matchup on pay-per-view.
But they've never done it. Both of them aren't. But they do lots of things they've never done. I mean, shit. It's not hard. It's not a lot. Come on,
let's be real here. There's not a lot of things that are easy to do that they have not done, and this is easy to do, and they just never do it.
And they've also, it's been a while since they've been in the ring together. It's fresh in a way.
It's been a year.
Yeah, it's a long ass time in pro wrestling. They usually run matches 4 times in a row.
I'm good. I remember their dynasty match. It wasn't good.
I don't.
So I'm good.
That match was fine. People didn't like the fucking finish.
It was fine.
It was a great match. People didn't like that he didn't win the title.
It was not.
People didn't like that he didn't win the title. If you watch that match again, you're like, shit, that was a good match.
I watched it back. I watched it back recently. It's not a good match. It's fine. Crazy. It's solid, but for AEW pay-per-view main events standard, it's on the low end. It's like a bottom 5.
You had a shit finish.
AEW pay-per-view main event.
It had a shit finish, but I don't believe that means that's a fucking indicative of Jon Moxley and Swerve Strickland being bad dance partners. Like, come on, bro.
I didn't say that. I said I watched that match at Dynasty, and I'm not too enthused on this matchup. Plus, there's the other issues that I have here.
I don't know. I think that's a lot better than like other options that Swerve has in front of him at the moment.
I think the Jericho option is actually better.
The Jericho option is cool. I don't have an issue with what John just posed with Swerve and Moxley at all. The heel versus heel dynamic shouldn't matter to in the slightest, because it's professional wrestling at the end of the day. So you're gonna get your freaking rocks off in the ring. So what of it really? And the Hangman thing looms large at this point as well. What does Hanger do? Because Hanger is really more or less the natural go of it with Mox. But if he's hurt, then we've got to find another solution. And if you're going to do a big featured match, I feel like Swerve would probably be the best way to go for Mox in that sense, because of that last bit of skin in the game that Swerve had in that storyline with him and stuff like that. So that would work as well. So, it's tough, like you said, SP3, as to where Mox goes from here. But he's going to be featured no matter what. What does the rest of the crew do? Right? Are the Death Riders going to be involved in a larger tag match and things of that nature, or whatever have you? What do they do? But John, depending on injury, I'm not sure what he does here at All In. So, if everything is everything and everybody's available, I think Hanger would be the best bet. If Hanger can't go, I think Swerve's a good shout. But they got to figure that out and figure it out early, because. And yet again, I'll harp on this because it makes the most sense in the world, and it's a point that everybody always shits on. They have to produce the majority of the card weeks out in advance of this event happening. You can't have a last-minute addition to the show unless something of emergency happens. Like if there's an issue or there's an injury to a performer, fine. But like if everyone is healthy and everything is everything, have the majority of your show set up, I would say the week after freaking Grand Slam Mexico, so that people know what they're getting at the end of the day, and you can sell as many tickets as possible. Because right now 3 matches is good, but if we're used to 13 match cards, you need to get 3/4 of the way there for me to be able to buy a ticket to go fly to London and go watch this pay-per-view in person. So. Yeah,
makes sense.
For the record, Hangman is apparently factored in. They've written creative for Hangman at AEW All In. So that I don't know if he's injured or what, but that motherfucker is going to be there. He's going to be involved.
I agree. I agree with Jay News. Hangman makes way more sense than Swerve, especially with the story that Mox is currently involved in. Just because he did something with him at the end of Forbidden Door, they literally have not addressed that whatsoever. It's like it never even happened. It's like it's a canon event because Will Ospreay won the matchup, but anything around that, it has not been referenced at all. And I just feel like you're just trying to come up with something for Swerve instead of having something in mind for Swerve.
No,
and
that
just
works.
be like, well, let's just put them together.
Because of the Ospreay situation as well. Swerve he mentioned in his feud with Ospreay all this shit about Hangman. All that stuff is hanging in the air. The Hangman Swerve Ospreay trio thing, whatever they were. I guess they were friends or something. That's still up there. I mean, that's still out there. Ospreay is still involved with Moxley, but he can't have a Moxley singles match right now. It would be weird for Moxley to just go do like he's been doing these past couple of weeks, where he has his whole separate ass storyline. Like he's doing this.
That's why I said like
the Continental Classic or shit.
If you do Swerve, then you're gonna have to do some type of association between Swerve and Ospreay because that's who. But Swerve is a heel. Like you're basically turning him back to babyface. You're basically turning him back to babyface.
When he turned heel, it wasn't even like some bananas batshit crazy thing. He was just mad that things weren't going his way. I mean, as far as his motivation, that it's not hard to shift from what he was thinking already to doing something that involves the Death Riders or Ospreay.
I just think if you're going to position him as a babyface, you're basically saying that the heel run didn't work. That's to me.
You have to do that. Sometimes you have to do that.
But the heel run didn't even try the heel run. It's not like it didn't work. It's just they didn't even try. So I just think I don't know if AEW wants to admit defeat on the road to All In. That's not something you should do if you want to be a healthy company going into your biggest show of the year. To me,
I think admitting defeat is an interesting way to look at it. That's all I'm saying.
That's what you're doing. If you turn a guy heel in February and you're turning him heel, you're turning him back babyface on 4 weeks before your biggest show of the year. That's you admitting that the heel run didn't work.
Twice.
The heel run didn't work.
People jump from heel to babyface multiple times within the same 2 hours in this company. I don't think that
shit fucking sucks. It sucks every single time.
I don't know about that. It works.
Name a good example. Name a good example.
The fucking Death Riders. We were just cheering on the whole storyline.
No one agrees. No one's 100% in agreement that the Death Riders
that doesn't mean these fucking in life is 100% in agreement.
The Death Riders is the most polarizing group in AEW history.
Polarizing means that half the people enjoy it. I'm part of the half.
No, polarizing means that a lot of people like it, a lot of people don't like it. It doesn't mean that it's split down the middle. It means that a lot of people like it, a lot of people don't like it.
That means the same thing, Sid.
No, it doesn't, because I'm not giving percentages. The percentage may be that 70% of the people hate it, 30% of the people like it, just the 30% is loud when they say they like it, and the 70% just don't care anymore.
That's possible. I'm just saying, it's not as bad as you're making it sound. Sid. This is horrible.
I didn't say it was like horrible. I literally just said it's polarizing. That people like it, some people don't like it. I think that it sucks. So you think that you like it. It's not 100% that people are in favor of that, and thus it's not a good example for something that works when someone turns heel and turns back babyface in hours of each other. We got a super chat donation here. First up, we got Dion who says, so does Willow become a transitional champion, or does Mercedes lose after winning the Owen for the second year in a row? If Willow does lose at All In, at least give her a Darby type run. What do you think, J News?
They're not doing that. They're not giving her a Darby type run. She just came off of injury. They're not doing that. Just from a safety standpoint, let alone a fucking a storytelling standpoint. Look, is she going to be a transitional champion? That just seems to be the case. I feel like as long as they are able to build this in a well-rounded way, from a, it could be in-ring promos, backstage stuff, vignettes, whatever you want to do with Willow and Mercedes. The best you can do that, put it on TV, hype it up, grow it, evolve it, get it to a fever pitch, have a great match at All In, and go from there. Because I don't know how many more matches you can go with Mercedes losing and not being the top women's champion before it just goes awry for the fan base, right? So Willow got her moment in the sun. She's gonna revel in it for the next 4 to 5 weeks. That's the important part. She's having her celebration on Dynamite, right? I expect Mercedes to come out during said celebration to start the train and everything putting in motion, and then we go from there. But at the end of the day, she's gonna be a transitional champion because from the story that AEW's been telling, it'd just be too much for Mercedes to lose this match as well, and to lose to Willow again when she couldn't beat Toni Storm, and Willow's not Toni Storm. So it's like, let's wrap this up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's get where we needed to get to. You know?
Yeah, and there's different degrees of transitional champion too. There's transitional champions like the Iron Sheik and Sergeant Slaughter, and then there's a transitional champion like a Edge, you know, where they, for whatever reason, they love fucking Triple H, so he had to be the transitional champion, and the belt's going to be back on him eventually. And I think Willow is more in the latter.
I think Mercedes should steal it. I think she should rob Willow. I think she should screw her over somehow.
Yeah.
Willow can still look like she has an opportunity to be champion at some point. You know, as long as she doesn't just get like pinned after that fucking whatever that move is that only works half the time.
and I think Willow's in a contract year too coming up, so I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd keep her happy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, Willow's not in a contract.
Not Willow, Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Okay. Yeah.
Mercedes.
No, I think I checked it on Friday. Her contract comes due in next year.
Yeah.
So,
because the injury time.
You're right about that.
Because it was 23. Like 3 years and 23. That she signed.
No, she officially signed in 24.
24. Yeah.
She had been talking to them in 23.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Chris is right. I think that her contract is up next year. For all intents and purposes, just my own personal opinion, I don't think she goes anywhere. I think that WWE boat sailed. To be quite honest,
it kind of feels like that.
Yeah, she proves she doesn't need that machine.
Right, yeah, she doesn't need it, but you know, money is the loudest language in professional wrestling. So you know,
yes, I think this is very true.
That's why Tony Khan
struck up at her. You know, who knows?
That's why Tony Khan. That's why he got the advantage, though. I don't think they want to play a money game with Tony Khan. if he decides Mercedes is worth it.
That's the beautiful thing about professional wrestling in 2026 is you got two companies and the talent can play them off each other, you know?
Exactly.
She's getting a raise one way or another.
We got Dion, who also sent us another super chat donation saying, Kenny did nothing wrong here. Your friends try to stomp on my neck and you think I'ma let that slide? Nah, buddy. Ospreay got what he deserved for rolling with the Death Riders, guilt by association.
Yeah,
I know.
I think that's sound logic. I don't 100% disagree with that.
Man, he saw that bag. He said, "Get the fuck out of here!" I've seen this show before.
he's like, don't give me this bullshit now that I'm up. Like trying to smile in my face, hand me the title. Fuck you. Oh, we got a third super chat donation from Dion. Thank you so much for today's support, Dion. Appreciate you, good sir. He says, I don't think Kenny turned heel. It doesn't make sense for his story. After all, that talk about wanting to do things the right way this time. I think it does make sense with that story. Right, it's basically the CM Punk 2013 story, right, where CM Punk gradually became heel because he had the championship. We're learning that once Omega gets the championship, this is who he is. This is who he is when he gets the championship. Now it's all about the fight, the interpersonal fight between himself of what he wants to be and who he is with the title.
Yeah, like Apollo Creed wasn't an evil guy in Rocky 2. He was just, you know, a bitter guy and needed to beat down Rocky, you know. So I think that's probably where Omega is right now.
Plus, I don't know that just because he beat up Will Ospreay means that he's going to be asking for interference in his matches and all that shit anyway. I mean, it's just that this guy, I thought he was going to kill me. He still might. I don't trust him.
He'll explain himself on Wednesday. So
there was a cool moment at the end too, though, where the Bucks come up to him and they're like, "Are you sure this is how you want to do it?" And he's like, "Hell yeah!" And they're like, "Well, fuck, this is how we doing it." It's like, bro, those are real bros.
Yep. And I'm gonna need y'all to stop because this is not the first time I've seen this in the chat. No, Kenny is not going back to Don Callis.
That's abusive. No. We're setting bad precedents.
Exactly. We need to stop asking about the worst possible routes that this story could go. We got it. We got a great angle that left us in a great place, and y'all are just keep trying with these comments to put him in the wrong place.
Like, what is Don Callis gonna do for Kenny Omega at this point in his career and at this point in the storyline?
Yeah. I mean, if sometime in the future, towards the end of Don Callis' story, you want to do some kind of full circle thing where Kenny kills off whatever's left or something, fine, later on. But right now, I just keep them far away from each other. Don Callis has his own shit going on. They've got a whole set of things going on in the Don Callis family that they should deal with before adding fucking Kenny Omega to that situation. You know what I want to see? I want to see fucking Ospreay, Swerve, and Hangman face the heel elite at some point in a trios match on television. Give me that shit. Fuck that. I don't know how we get there. Make that happen somehow, though.
Hey, I'm just here for Ospreay and the Elite versus the Death Riders because that's gonna cook.
Oh,
that's gonna cook on TV. But we have made it to the end of another edition of our reviews, pay-per-view reviews. This time for AEW Redemption. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to give our ratings on the show. Let us know your match of the night, your MVP, your LVP, your moment of the night, whether you give the show a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle, and out of 10, what did you give last night's show? For myself, John, J News, and Professor Chris for AEW Redemption 2026 in 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up across the board from all of us. J News, out of 10, what did you give this show?
I gave it a solid 7 3/4. So, reason being for everything that I explained previously, that chain match, my high level. That yet again, this is my own rating based on my levels of expectation. At the end of the day, I did that to myself, but I gotta be fair with my scoring here. No returns, no debuts. Kind of surprised me there. My issues with the production stuff, the fucking Mick Foley promo shit, like it all blew me, man. So, it's still a good show. It's still above average at the end of the day with 7 3/4, 7.75 to be exact. So, that's where I'm at with it.
What about you, Professor Chris?
Yeah, I give it a 7. The only reason why I give it a 7 is because I forgot there was a pay-per-view yesterday until you reminded me, Sid. But AEW is going to have to do a little bit better at that. And then I give it maybe a 7.5 because it wasn't a completely inconsequential show. It wasn't a show you had to watch, but it was a show that if you missed it, you would have missed some pretty monumental stuff. So I give it a 7.5.
John?
Yeah, 7.5 is about what I go on. That's a good grade for that. 7.5 for an AEW pay-per-view. 8.5 if you were a WWE show. But yeah, in reality, 7.5 show. You set the standard. Your bar is where it is, so this is what it is. They can't all be home runs. Unfortunately, this one, it wasn't a strikeout. It was a double, maybe even a triple. Maybe it was fine.
He got on base.
He got on base.
Yeah, I give this a 7.5 out of 10. It was a good show, not a great one, and it's the weakest AEW pay-per-view of the year, yet far and away way better than any WWE or TNA pay-per-view I've seen this year. So that's the standard that AEW is at right now. MVP for the show, I will give it to Kenny Omega. Excellent main event. Lays out Ospreay at the end, shows that it's game on for Wembley Stadium. Kenny Omega was the best wrestler on last night's show. He's my MVP. John?
I am also going with Kenny Omega just because how fucking smart he looked at the end of that show. Like, fuck this. I'm not playing any of these idiot games. Ospreay wants to be a dummy. He can be a dummy. I'm Kenny Omega. Like, hell yeah, that's the way to do it.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm probably going to go with Omega too. You had to book him with some kind of edge going into this Wembley show. And I think they did a successful job at that.
J News?
MVP for me will be Willow Nightingale. She got her moment. Been waiting for this for a while. Happy for her, regardless of what the outcome at all is going to be.
LVP for the show, J News.
Fuck. All right, I'll be fair for the show itself. I'll give it to everybody involved in that chain match at the end of the day. Can't put it on Mick Foley. So I'll put it to everybody involved in the chain match.
Yeah, I'm giving it to the Dogs and the Bang Bang Gang. That was the worst AEW pay-per-view matchup in at least 3 years. Professor Kris?
Yeah, I'm giving it to the Dogs and the Bang Bang Gang. That was something I didn't really need to see. Wasted my goddamn time.
John?
My LVP is going to be Will Ospreay. You had the nerve to cost Jon Moxley a match, and you couldn't even get it together in the end when he needed you. You're a bad friend. You're a bad friend. You led all these people on. Everybody want to blame the Death Riders. I blame Will. The Death Riders were just being Death Riders. Will Ospreay is a bad friend. He acted like he was cool with them, but when it came down to do Death Rider shit with the Death Riders, he was too soft. You're a loser. LVP.
He had a conscience. You don't have one.
That's not.
He has one. So yeah, and then finally, moment of the night. We have two more. Moment of the night. I'm gonna give it to Omega One Wing Angel to Ospreay. John?
It's hard not to give it to Omega, giving Ospreay the One Winged Angel. You deserved it, you dummy.
Professor Kris?
For my moment of the night would probably be Willow winning the title.
That is a good one too. J News?
Moment of the night, man. Yeah, I talked for it. Kenny giving the One Winged Angel to Chris to Will. That's my moment of the night for sure.
Yeah, honorable mention to Maya World and Willow winning gold on the show as well. And then match of the night, we'll go with J News first. Go ahead.
Kyle Fletcher versus Bandido, without question.
Professor Kris?
Yeah, Fletcher versus Bandido for me as well.
John?
Coil Fletcher. Bandido. Hard not to go there.
I think that was the best match on the show, but because I need to be different, my match of the night was my favorite match on the show. I will give it to the Bucks versus Mox and Ospreay. That story was exceptional. All right, so that's going to bring us to the end on our AEW Redemption 2026 review. Thank you so much to the panel. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much to all of you in the live chat and watching us on demand. If you haven't already, drop a thumbs up, share this video, subscribe if you are new. And thank you to John. Thank you to Professor Kris and J News. We will start with John. Let the people know where they can follow you on social media and when they might see you again.
Well, you might see me again next week as we talk about X-Men on the True Hill Heat Sports and Entertainment channel. So go and check that out. Make sure you subscribe, but also follow Dirt Sheet Radio. New episodes out every Thursday on anywhere podcasts are available. We just came off of a long-ass weekend of Comic-Con coverage, pro wrestling pay-per-view coverage. My eyes hurt. The G1 is still going on. I'm doing live coverage of that. Don't let my eventual heart attack be in vain. Support us.
God.
Follow Dirt Sheet Radio.
He said my future heart attack.
It's
Professor Kris.
Oh yeah, you could catch me on my Substack, Professor what's it called? Christopher Ely. Just Google me. Just my name on the screen. And then check me on the Nefarious Media Network. I think we're doing a show this afternoon, and then you could also catch me on Post Wrestling every third Sunday of the month with Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
And J News.
I don't know when I'll be back on True Hill Heat, but sometime in August, I'm sure. We'll have to go over what has transpired during the G1, which I have to catch up on with. Catch me every Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the True Heel, not the True Heel, but the Hit the Ropes podcast with me and Dolores on our respective YouTube channels. You can catch me on the socials via Twitter/X at JohnNYFNMG and on Instagram at _JONJY. So check me out there and appreciate y'all as always for joining the conversation in the chat. See you next time.
Indeed. You can follow me on the Twitter machine at TrueHillSP3. Follow the gang, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at TrueHillHeat. Patreon.com/TrueHillHeat. $3 a month. Gets you exclusive content. The best way to support us when we're not live here. We finished up Redemption Week with today's stream, and now we're kickstarted SummerSlam Week. So tomorrow, join us live here, 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time for Rated Raw Review, reviewing the Go Home Show edition of Raw. We got on Wednesday, we'll be dropping our WWE Unreal Season 3 review. Over on Thursday, we got AE Ramble to do the AEW Dynamite following Redemption. Friday, we'll have our SummerSlam preview. Saturday, the flagship podcast. Sunday, we'll have a review of SummerSlam Night 1. And then on Monday, we'll have a review of SummerSlam Night 2. John, as always, you're invited to those as well. But
I'll be there. But actually, since we're here, next week's AE Ramble, I might have to stop by because we'll be in Mexico for Grand Slam and then Grand Prix on Friday. So I have to save that little Thursday, little time I got there, stop by and talk about the situation in Arena Mexico.
You know what? I want that to happen.
Yeah. I'm doing press stuff for the CMLL show. I don't know. I didn't know if I should. I already had the invite to come to the AEW shows. I didn't know if I should apply for press too. I didn't know how to. I didn't want to double down, but I'll be there. I'll be working. I'm excited to get the atmosphere in Arena Mexico and then bring it to talk to you guys and see if I can translate it better than Dave Meltzer did. Anyway.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, tune in 2 weeks or a week from Thursday. We might have John on there. I'm looking forward to you and Jimmy reacting to one another. This should be great. But yes, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here, and we'll be back with more tomorrow. For John, for Professor Chris, for J News, it is me, your True Heel Phenom, SP3. This has been our AEW Redemption 2026 review. We are signing off until next time.